and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours!
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. And it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
What's up, boys? We're back Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. No stream on Monday because it was Memorial Day here in the United States, but we're back going hard and off to a banger. Off to a banger, boys. You saw the title. You see what's going on today. Pack stream. It's a robotics day at MCG, and everyone's talking about what does the future look like. We talk AI agents all the time. Realistically, we're making that move to robotics at some point, right? And AI agents are, of course, going to accelerate that. But today on MCG, we got an absolute banger. Let me just pop up the stream so you guys can see it real quick. The screen, excuse me. Because if you don't know, now you know. Here's what we got going on. It is the live robotics day from MCG, and I'll pop this up for you guys. Oh, man. There we go. Looking better. Live robotics day on MCG starting off at 12 o'clock. So in 10 minutes, we got Chris coming up, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. I'm just going to go Chris here, from Strike Robots, coming on, talking about robotics on base. You know, we've seen this one. If you're following base, you know what's going on here. Strike Robot has recently partnered with Venice. They got some cool stuff in the works, good partnerships. So they're absolutely cooking. That's the first one on today. Following that, we have Kodak coming on. Okay, Kodak just dropped some updates on Monday, I believe it was. We're going to, come in and chat through what's going on there with Moya, which is going to be a lot of fun. So that will be a really cool conversation. And then after that, McQueena, ex-McQueena, I think is how we pronounce it, but I don't want to butcher it. So we'll let Zol Killer come and explain that. And he's talking Deuce, which is teaching on May 27th. This is coming out of the Peak ecosystem. So lots of cool stuff going on today for robotics. we're going to dig in shortly. We got 10 minutes until we get into it, though. And I want to start on the dot here because I know we got a hard stop for Chris at Strike Robot. So we're starting on the dot. But for the next 5 minutes here, I'm going to run through the charts because privacy is the narrative today, right? That's the hot narrative. Everyone's seeing privacy talks. I got Solana up. I'll just run through Bitcoin, Ethereum real quick just to show us where we're at in general terms of the market. I'll even take a quick peek at equities. With that being said, though, let's have a look. We got Bitcoin. All right, kind of just ranging. We know we bottomed out here around, let me just give you the exact date. We bottomed out here on the 6th of February, you know, coming back into a pretty strong zone where we had a lot of accumulation, and we've since bounced then. Now we're kind of in this range. We finally broken out, and we're still sitting around here. You guys know what I'm thinking. I think the bottom is in for Bitcoin. Generally, the 4-year cycle has been front ran by a month, both in the top to bottom every single time. So I'm just, you know, time in the market is better than timing in the market. I'm just letting this play out. If we want to range for a couple more months, fine by me. Nonetheless, the markets are picking up, right? On-chain is starting to really heat up, especially base we've seen, which is now collapsing quite a bit. I think due to the GitLab like FUD we're seeing. And so, you know, whatever. Nonetheless, we're going to talk through that too. I have an update there. But there's Bitcoin, Ethereum, same boat. We know Ethereum's just struggling in general. Lots of just sourness towards the Ethereum Foundation right now because I guess their lack of innovation, some of the things Vitalik's been saying, whatever. With that said, sorry, just checking a message. Here is Solana. Solana's kind of just ranging. You know, I'm holding Solana. My trades have gone from USDC based after I make a swap switching to USDC to I'm holding everything in Solana because I think we're generally at this bottom area. I mean, we've gotten a really nice shakeout on Solana. We've come down here, swept these big ranges. You know, we had this Trump kind of topping the market for Solana here. A nice clean reset. Remember, unlike Bitcoin, majority of Solana holders that are holding right now, like pretty much sold during the FTX situation. So there's very few that actually hold down from this sub 20 range, from the $8 to $20 mark. So for these guys, if they haven't sold, they're really only up a couple multiples on their money. Unlike Bitcoin, which has a massive supply overhang of whales, I don't think Solana's in the same boat. So I think we're generally bottomed out here. Solana looking good. Bitcoin dominance actually not dropping, right? So if we want that alt season, we want to see Bitcoin dominance start to roll over and drop, which signals altcoins outperforming Bitcoin. You guys already know hype just continues to go up. All-time highs on hype. We did not get this entry back like we really wanted at 44. All good. It's just going to keep going. We know hype is the future of finance on chain. Jupiter, whatever. Let's talk Near, right? Again, here's the privacy play. Privacy is getting picked up quite a bit. Near being one of those. It's looking really good. It's at $2.80, popping up a bit. Zcash, of course. We got Zek. Oh, Josh popped on. We got Zek here, nearing all-time highs. So this is looking good, of course, into that privacy narrative. Let me actually scroll down here for you guys. Railgun's been another one that's been the talk of the town. If you've been on Twitter, there's lots of mind share around Railgun. They're doing really good revenues. I think over $4 million annualized for this one here. And it's trading at a $200 million FDV, which you talk about price to earnings. You know, price to earnings aren't just like super solid on this. But I think when you compare them to Zach, compare them to some of the other privacy layers, it's like, oh, wow, this is doing a lot more revenue or an equivalent amount of revenue and trading many multiples below, right? So that's kind of the Railgun thesis. And it's popping up. Josh, how's it going?
I'm good, Dom. How was your long weekend?
Lots of fun, man. Got a lot of sun, dude. Yesterday, I ripped the golf course for a few hours, then went played some pickleball and hit the pool after that. So I've been just enjoying the sun. It's hot down here in Florida, I'll tell you that much. What's the temperature like for you?
We're cooking. We're gonna hit 27 Celsius today, so I would say that's like 80, 90, maybe 90 Fahrenheit. But yeah, so we're pretty happy with that. But yeah, I mean, I was over the weekend, not a lot going on, not many. There's some meme coin D-limbs that I took. But other than that, hype just kind of holding over a holiday weekend, hitting all-time highs was kind of nice. But yeah, you covered it nicely pre-show here. So
yeah, just ripping through some of these. Because we got 4 minutes here, and like I said, I want to get punctual on this one because we got a hard stop for Chris.
Yeah, you actually have Chris at 12 noon, by the way. Not
Oh, not
11:30.
11:30.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then we got
But
plenty of time.
he can hop on a little early. I know he's ready to go. So, but yeah. The only thing I wanted to flag, and I just because someone in the replies had asked about some of the World Cup stuff,
Mm.
and I really think again a lot of the World Cup stuff is very event dependent, and the only play really is if you have billions traded in prediction markets, you likely will get some stuff that spills over into meme coin trading on World Cup. Just either team stuff, player meme coins, whatever. This is going to be like the most attention based event probably in modern history. It really is up there. So I think one to definitely keep an eye on all these tokens. What ends up running, I don't know. I know one user had asked me about Ball. I do not know who is behind these accounts. So keep in mind they're completely anon, and I'm sure they have a significant amount of supply kind of bundled up somewhere. But as far as I can tell, the accounts are based in Europe as per X's thing. But of course, you can spoof that with VPNs and whatnot. So we'll see. I actually said last week when I was on Thursday or Friday, I said, look, these World Cup coins likely need to cool off. They've had pretty crazy run, and the World Cup's on for a couple weeks still. So I kind of like I'm more leaning to the player coins and then kind of the team coins, but I will keep an eye on it. And I will be providing liquidity to them, not really trading them straight up. So,
which I think is the way to go. Yeah, directionally these things are so tough, right? Especially bidding at what's that, 7 million, 8.9 million, 9 million. So, just providing that liquidity and catching the fees that are gonna be generated from the all the volume is probably the play. So
probably
I like
the
that
play.
angle.
But yeah. Other than that, I mean, there was Claw that did quite well. And then it's pulled back into an area. It did really well off our show on last week. I also see you have Avicii there.
Yeah. Here, I'll do Claw real quick. So guys, we had Bunny on last week from Claw, last Friday, right? So the slow day. Once you get past Friday, what happens? We go live Friday. We end around 4 o'clock, and then that's when the market kind of starts getting off work. They're on for the weekend, and no one's really active. This episode got like 70K views. Some of the clips got like 35K. Very popular. And Ansem went, and after we had them on, so sitting about 2 million when we had Bunny on. And then shortly after this, Ansem buys into the Claw chart, candling it up to about $7.3 million. It's since kind of reset to 3.7 million. But again, this is off the back of just incredible revenue numbers that we saw kind of come out on this, right? So, yeah. So pretty cool chart with Claw here. It's on a bit of a pullback.
He did. I'm pretty sure he did sell it. Just so everyone knows, I went through the Mobi app to go look to see if the whale alert he had sold it, and he had actually. So he was in at like 5.5, and then out at like 3 something. So he actually lost like $4,000 on it. I'm like, come on, with your following, how do you lose $4,000 on that? What, like, does he just the Solana retweet? We got the Sol retweet. Does he just he watched MCG, I guess. But anyways,
I mean, well, very clearly, this was coming from MCG. Like, there's this had no
100%
until so a 100% MCG effect. But like, I don't understand. You see the numbers and then you buy and sell for a loss at.
What was your take? What was your take on this one? Because it was like, didn't he say he was doing like 600K revenue?
He's done 600K in the last 2 months. Like, annualized, it's much more. Here, let me look. Here's what I'll pull up the account. Really, guys, this account has so much alpha. Like the clips. If you're not watching the full things, well, firstly, that's on you, right? But here, let's see. We posted all the numbers in one of these clips right here. Yeah, look at this. So this is the numbers for Claw Pump, which we had on Friday. Revenue model and flywheel breakdown. So they've done $64 million in volume in 2 months through their agentic trading platform, which they have a 1% take rate on that. So they keep $640,000. So they've made $640,000 in revenue in the last 2 months off of this model. 460 of which has been given back to the agents on the platform. So if I spin up an agent on the platform, I'm trading with it, a big chunk of this revenue is going back. I think they said like 60 or 70%, whatever. going back to the agents on the platform, actually using it. Their power users kind of get, benefits like that. So you understand that. So 460K back, 640K total revenue, 460K back to the platform. So 65% of agents, 65% goes back to agents, and the remainder goes to everyone else, or treasury, or buybacks, to be determined. That money's all kind of flowing back to the platform, though, is how he put it. 12% funds new deployments, and the remainder of the platform operations. So good amount here going back. Hundreds of thousands in claw buybacks already executed. The supply is partially frozen. And this is the flywheel. Agents earn fees, deployers reinvest into agents, agents earn more, claw pump earns more, new deployers get funded. And that's kind of, you can see the numbers right here. That will also tie. So pretty crazy.
Insane.
Insane numbers. In 2 months to do 640K in revenue. Again, I think what needs to be more clear is that revenue is coming from 12 power users for the most part, right? So you guys see Claw Pump has partnered up with Squire. They partnered up with, the list goes on. And there are 12 power users really driving a lot of that volume. And so the big question and of course, this is a sub $4 million market cap token. So again, to have a token sub 4 million that's doing this kind of revenue, you're already in a great spot. So the questions become, okay, well, they have 12 power users. Number one, how sticky is this platform? Will these power users stay, and will this power user list grow? Most of these DeFi platforms, this is how they start off. They have small set of really strong power users, and that's how these things grow and blow up. So this is not new, but the question becomes, will these power users stay? Is this platform sticky? So far, it seems to be. And will this 200K or the 640K revenue continue to grow? Or is this just a 2-month stint where everything's hot and it kind of cools off? That's the big question. Now, of course, again, even if it does cool off, the numbers are still incredibly good. I mean, annualize 640K after 2 months. So you multiply this by 6, right? 6 times 6. So about $30 million annualized, right?
30 was at 36.
30 something. Yeah. 30 something million dollars annualized. I mean, even a small percentage of this going back towards buybacks, right? Call it 10%, is still more than the market cap it currently is, right? Hey, what's going on? So that's my takeaways.
Yeah, and 60, or I think there was a chunk that was frozen. What's the TLDR behind the lockup on that?
The frozen one, I'm not too sure. He just said there is some frozen ones. I'm not sure how long the lockup is. Some frozen funds. And again, there's also needs to be more clarity on okay, is there a set percentage of this going towards buybacks? Again, when we talked to him, it was kind of we have all this money and we have the treasury and want it to flow back to holders. That's the whole point of this. And that's going to be via buybacks, maybe via distribution in the future. Some's going to have to, of course, go to running the platform, getting engineers, etc. But I think more clarity on how this money and the economics are flowing back to the token becomes the question, right? So nonetheless.
Yeah. Did he say anyone was using it for perps trading on Hype?
Do they have HIP3 integrated into this?
I think he said there were perp spots, but they weren't a significant portion. I did listen to the interview because I actually did buy some claw in the 3s and then delimbed it for a nice profit. Yeah.
I can't recall. There's so much so much he covered on this. I just
no, it's all good. Go to Avicii real quick, because Avicii, I saw some profit bag working, and Avicii is completely bottomed. And then also saw the shout out Amrit too. Wow, this chart looks interesting.
So let's talk about this. Why is Avicii doing so well now? Avicii just published their card spend. Avicii is the fastest growing. I think they have the highest spend for new crypto cards on the market. Here, let me go to their. I'm not gonna misguide you guys here. So let me just go to their Twitter and quote it verbatim. And so this is why this is up 70%. And again, you look at Avicii, and you got to look at net asset value, right? So first and foremost, they have a lot of money from this raise, and they have a set amount that they're allowed to burn each month, for operational costs. With that said, that means there's always a net asset value. So the bottom hypothetically should be whatever the net asset, whatever the value is on their books, right? Because what can happen with this Futarchy model, which we've seen, is, hey, there is $5 million on their books and their treasury, but the token's trading at 3 million. Okay, well, there's a 2 million dollar arbitrage opportunity there, and people will vote to liquidate the treasury and disperse it to holders, right? And so that's why you have this kind of set floor, pseudo floor, if you will. It's a great model. With that said, here's the Avicii update. Let me see if I can find it for you guys, because the numbers were really incredible. Yeah, look, Avicii, a MetaDAO ownership coin, was the fastest growing crypto card last week. Grew 40% week on week growth. Wow. I wonder what they did there specifically to track that growth. We got to get Ram back on to break this down. But yeah, it had everyone else beat by 10, 20+%. I mean, that's above Cast, right? Now, of course, these are with big numbers, right? So Cast has $20.81 billion in, was that volumes, I guess? Or $20.81 million in volume. So it's like significantly more size. So to grow 10% there, it's obviously much more difficult than here. But cumulative 21 crypto card, yeah, weekly volume growth. So 21 million cumulative volume growth. They had 1 million in this week, and then they had 1.42 million the following week, right? So that's that 40% growth. Hence why it's bottomed out. And of course, revenues for this flow back into the treasury for Avicii, which are then that you have a claim on them as a holder, right? That's part of the allure here. So look at this. $494,000 in single day Avicii spend. That's pretty incredible. I mean, and this is not volume where it's like trading volume where it's back and forth. This is, I'm going to go out and spend this kind of money. Like, there's no real wash trading here going on.
It's product usage.
Right, product usage. So very different. That's 500,000 in a single day is very impressive. I wonder if this is one power users. Again, like, I'd love to dig into these metrics here. I have the stats page up. Daily combined volume. Yeah. So look at this. So they're typically doing about 130,000. Recently, they've been doing closer to 200,000. I mean, this is very nice growth. Very nice growth. Look at this.
Yeah, it's sustained beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, so look at the start of this year, they were doing about 100, I mean, less than 100K on average, right? Nowadays, I would say they've been doing over 200 on average. Very good. Of course, with this recent spike being a major outlier with 597K, right? So nearly 600K in total spend a day is fantastic, but there's clearly a few outliers, but the trend is in the right direction. I think we're averaging over 200K nowadays.
Someone bought a Porsche.
Yeah, right. That's what I think it was like someone must have just mass purchased. So that's why I wonder where this comes from. Cumulative combined volume, yeah, up to 30 million there. So pretty good stuff. Again, what's their take on this? I forget, right? Because if they do 500K in a day and their take is 0.5%, you can meaningfully like. Is that what it is?
I don't know. Let me check. Let me see if I can do some quick DD for you.
Okay. But yeah, great spend. So again, 34 million in total volume in the lifetime here. 8,291 transacting users. So they got 8,300 active users right now. 850,000 total transactions. Chart looks good. Good growth. Hence, we're seeing Avicii start to candle up. So is this undervalued at 12.9 million? I don't think that's a bad trade, even here after the 70%. Now, of course, ideally you see this and you're watching these numbers before the big spike and you're like, up and to the right, things look really good. I'm bidding while we're sitting down here for all this time. But of course, that's not the case. And maybe this fades off again. But keep this in mind. There is net asset value for this token. And I'm not sure exactly what that is. But if it's 5 million, if it's 1 million, if it's 10 million, you kind of do have this baseline, this floor. And then you look into, of course, their growth, which has been incredible. So do we think 13 million, which is where we're sitting at, is a fair value for Avicii based on their the stats we're seeing here, which would be 34 million total volume. They just had a $600,000 day in spend, 8,000 users, 850K transactions. I don't know, man. 13 million valuation seems pretty fair. I'm not sure what the other cards are valued at, right? Like, what is Cast card valued at? I think that would have to go into my thinking here, but.
So one user, Ari Eberman, said that it's 114 basis points, so 1.14%.
That's a lot.
Now 1% of that is Visa's fees, so 14 bips is 0.14%.
Okay.
I gotta verify this, but that's on all FX and card fees. So, I mean, the more they get, though, the more kind of like negotiating power I think they have with Visa to expand those margins.
Mm-hmm.
But interesting trade. I think it's a trade that your risk reward is pretty good given the market cap,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I would agree.
Like
Okay, so
this
with
at
that,
$1 could easily be, $3, in 6 months from now.
I mean, yeah, again, this goes back to the classic cards chart. This looks exactly like the cards chart did.
Yeah.
So look, you have a platform that's really hyped, really exciting. It's actually got good users, been out for a little while. It's growing nicely. And the market, actually not in a good market, takes us up to $7.50. Violent repricing as people sell off, take profit, market continues to struggle. And then you get this bottoming out action sub $1. I mean, 50 cents. And what we saw with cards was, okay, we got this bottoming out action, but fundamentals still continue to improve, like significantly. Volume continues to pick up. And by the way, all revenue is flowing back to token holders in some sense. Like, again, same setup as cards, just with a crypto card rather than Pokemon cards, right? And so you get this bottoming out action. Revenues look like they're flowing nicely to the treasury. I'm not sure if this is profitable yet as a business, but still, so this is how you have a chart like this. And of course, cards has started to trend up, and I'll even pull up that chart as well, because it's another beautiful one, which is at all-time highs right now, or not all-time highs, local highs. But yeah, same thing, right? So this is what it looked like. Lots of hype when it came out, really bottomed out, but fundamentals have gotten significantly better from this point in time here than this point in time here. And now you get this bottoming out action, and trend starts to move up. But yeah, cards looks great. I mean, tick that box absolutely by nose hair, dude. But tick that box, and it's just moving up. Again, their numbers are phenomenal. $1 billion company, right? They've done $1 billion in volume. So good stuff there with cards. Here, let's do this though. We talked about Avicii, and so this is I think this conversation brings up, Avicii was the original trade that started the whole MetaDAO season. Let's look at some of the other MetaDAO stuff, because if people are catching on to this,
oh my goodness.
Yep, Umbra's up as well, right? I haven't seen Solo yet, but yeah, Umbra's up 50%. So again, just like we saw with privacy, right? You saw Zach start to pop off. All of a sudden, Near starts to get some attention. Now all of a sudden, Railgun, you got 6, 7 things, 6, 7, popping off all of a sudden as well. Umbra's in the same boat. Now they've
Chill. We were doing 6-7 analysis on that chart, and Chill's like, yeah, Dom keeps saying 6-7 as confluence to our thesis.
It's almost just the lore at this point, man. I have to say, that's the confluence. No, but yes, we got Umbra up to $9 million market cap, 17.5 million fully diluted value, up 50% on the day. And of course, they're rolling out a they have just a mobile wallet, I believe, at this point, but now they're rolling out one for the terminal, if I'm correct. And of course, privacy is a big narrative. So this fits into 2 batches. Okay, MetaDAO's picking up as a whole. We can see their net asset value. Also, privacy is a massive narrative right now. And of course, this is a private wallet, powered by Archeum, of course, which is TGing relatively soon, I believe. So Umbra's picking up. Keep it on the watch list. I will even add this to, I'd say, my main watch list here. Let's see what Solo has. Does Solo pick up? Now, again, I think Umbra, you could even claim that this is picking up due to the privacy matter rather than MetaDAO picking up in general. But Solo's at this level, I think, where you start to bid. 7.2 million market cap, 16.3 fully diluted value. I'd have to check their net asset value, the numbers on the books. But again, they have this. They've released it to a closed, gated group. And so the question is, how does Solo do when it opens up? And they have their yield-bearing stablecoin. I don't know if I have any updates on this one. I think it's been a little quieter on their side, but one to keep an eye on. I really do like Solo, and I think their team is pretty top-notch. So do you want to look at any other?
I'm just checking out Loyal right now. It's pretty chill. So there's Loyal is another one, guys. It's like 850K market cap. And then I do have for those really degenerate meme traders, Futardio is another one. Pull up Futardio real quick. So this has had just 0 volume. But they recently passed a proposal for the guys that are behind Ownership FM to run the social media for Futardio. And again, this is like 80K.
Jeez.
The only reason I pull this up, again, not to shill an 80K coin, is just because it is MetaDAO's platform and it was their first meme. And then, yeah, this proposal passed for the Ownership FM guys to do something. So I don't know. They want to use it for like events and stuff, maybe. They had another token. What was their token? The
Jurassic Fi?
Yeah, Jurassic Fi. I don't know if maybe you could pull that real
What's
quick. RAR, RAWR. That's right. Something my kids would say.
Let's see.
RAWR is what it was.
RAWR. Okay, here it is. Yeah, up 22%. Actually, nice. Look at that. Nice bottoming action here. Nice bottom.
Wow.
We tried to get on the show. They didn't want to come on the show. I don't know why. Or it's not that they didn't want to. They just never responded. Yeah, but this is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good.
So there's a little bit for everything in the MetaDAO eco. Privacy coins, Neobank, a meme coin, something like RWA with Pump has gone EVM.
Have they? Interesting. Let's talk about Pump. Real quick, Ave. So Ave's been bidding solo. I see stablecoins being a big narrative in the coming next bull market. Yeah, I would probably agree with both these. No, I think solo is actually a really solid bid right here, to be frank. So I would definitely keep eyes on that. I'll add it to my main watch list as well. Let's check out Pump. You said Pump's going EVM. Is this okay? They literally released this 28 seconds ago, huh? Look at that, bro. Live. Love the call. Love the call, Jingo. Let's
Thanks,
let's
Jingo.
pull this up. Okay, let's pull up Pump. So Pump's initial reaction from this, of course, it hit that zone. We've been talking about Pump, right? You want to bid in the zone. LB's been a big proponent of it. Again, they're burning a lot of Pump. They're doing 300 to 500K in buybacks daily. You know, you compare this to Hyperliquid, which I know is not necessarily a fair comparison, but it's like it's completely undervalued. Let me pull up this Pump tweet then for you. So they're expanding to EVM according to
they're gonna kill EVM now. No, I'm kidding.
Imagine. All right. Let's see. The Pump Fund app just got bigger, introducing, and again, unlimited money. Like they should be on EVM, right? Why not? The Pump Fund app just got bigger, introducing frictionless multi-chain trading. Oh, dude, so they're going down the FOMO route. Again, we've said this already. This is Pump Fund's best strategy that they can do. It's sit back, wait for narratives to form, and just vamp them. They have a lot of attention. They have a lot of traders. Just vamp the narratives. We see them do it with EVM right now. We're seeing them do it with like this FOMO situation. We're seeing them do it with this ACE round and, you know, doing a lot of that stuff. So, you know, equity and ownership. So they have this positioning that they can really use. But say what's up to Chill here in a second. The Pump Fund app just got bigger, introducing frictionless multi-chain trading. Trade ETH, Base, BNB, and more on Pump Fund now. One wallet, one currency, more chains. Join now. Now, you know what? I will say, be prepared for every opportunity on an EVM chain with the Pump Fund app. One wallet trading, no more bridging, no native gas tokens required. Trade with Sol. We sponsor the gas. Nice. Multi-chain wallets automatically generate for accounts.
So wait, you can just use your Sol to trade on EVM. So they what do they do?
I think USDC, right? Because they also just released this USDC. But let's see. Trade with okay, yeah. Trade with Sol. We sponsor the gas.
That's smart.
I don't know if you can trade with Sol on EVM or
no. Well, you can't. But maybe what they do in the background is kind of do the bridging and the routing for you, so that you're still denominated in Sol. So it feels like you're Sol, but you're trading memes and new launches on Base and whatnot. Or did they even mention Base? Sorry, am I?
Yeah.
Weekend? Yeah, Base,
yeah,
right?
Base,
okay.
Base.
Yeah, there we go.
So the thing I'll say about this, it probably exactly like FOMO. It probably is, yeah. I mean, sure, like they can totally just take other people's work and I mean, I'm not saying they didn't work to create this app, cool, but like someone else's idea. The thing about this is we saw virtuals come over to Solana and get like no attention. So this could be kind of the same thing where it's like the base guys like what they like. We have what we have. We like Banker. We like virtuals. You know, maybe we like Clanker or whatever. I don't think they're going to want to trade on Pump Fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. It might even be some of the same people that build FOMO. Nonetheless, yeah, I don't think people are actually going to trade much on base and B&B. Maybe B&B more so because they don't really have, I feel like, a good launch pad over there. Could be wrong. But base already has this established banker, you know. Base is already established with this stuff. So I don't think they're going to be trading much Pump Fun. So I don't really think this has a meaningful impact. But I will say the Pump token, which it is popping off of this, you know, slightly popping, is probably a great bid here. Probably a really good bid here. So continue to hold that thesis to be true. And we got 5 minutes, guys. We got 5 minutes before we pull up Chris. So maybe we'll start queuing that up here shortly. You guys got time to read the PRL stuff I sent? Did you send those to our DMs, MCG DMs? Again, we're gonna get this Discord set up because
I'll check. Yeah, we're gonna move to Discord because Telegram's just not it.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me check.
But
yeah, he
okay.
even said waiting for that Discord to send this stuff to you guys. Yeah,
it's in the works, man.
Why don't you toss CPT up there? Because
yeah, here I'll just run through a few real quick. CPT, of course, they have Wednesday. They kind of come back. They're getting into the defense sector, which is exciting stuff. So here's CPT. It very low volume right now, but it doesn't take much. Like 18K in volume is putting this up 30%. Does not take much to move this chart. They've gone to the defense sector. They're creating a new headquarters in the United States, which we've seen. They just updated their logo, right? So it's the same CPT logo, just red now. Here, I'll throw it up for you. Impulsor. Oh, maybe it's not the same logo. They
totally should though. The red is way cooler.
Yeah. But of course they're getting into the defense sector, private defense sector, which we know is huge. They're doing drones. Josh will be the first to say it. Drones are like the most innovative thing we've seen in terms of war and battle, I guess you could call it, for like the last decade. So drones have been like the huge differentiating factor between this Russian-Ukraine situation and, of course, this Iran conflict that we have going on. Impulsor's doing drones. They're getting into private defense sector. It's a big update. Wednesday, they have their first community call. So tomorrow, they have a community call going over some of the updates. If they're live during the time we're live, we will try to rebroadcast that and just listen in.
If you want another drone angle, the only two I can think of is CPT and then PRX, which is on EZA. So throw open PRX. They just released actually a new video on their Palantir-like platform. But I kind of like this at, not only this price, but this kind of trading range here.
Praxis, is it?
Yeah. If you whip open their Twitter, you might even see this new product video they just released.
Am I spelling it Praxis? Praxis?
Yeah, Praxis. PRX is the ticker. You can click it through on Dex there even too still.
Right, here, let's do this. Let's do this.
And what was it? It was 2 weeks ago. So mid-May, the guy mentioned when I interviewed him that he was going to China this week, I believe, to get some more hardware drone stuff.
Well, they're competing in the Anduril drone competition.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, dude, this kind of stuff I love. Like, I mean, it's just a little video game thing. Now their bent is a little less on physical robotics. It's more on the Sandbox. AI and the tech that's the software that any drone can kind of attach to, right? And they used just like a very simple Raspberry Pi that was running it, the vision model. But yeah, this is cool. These hackathons, they win one of these or like, all of a sudden their name gets associated with Anduril or whatever, could definitely have a bit of a run. So keep it on the watch list for sure. And I think also with EZA's new tokenomics, like at something like 60% or half the float is like locked as treasury and team stuff. So
For sure. All right. Well, it's a perfect segue into our next guest here. We got Strike Robotics coming up, and I'm not sure if Chill is good to go. We can
yeah, I'll
say what's
hop
up
down
with him.
here. I was just here to help out. Hey, Chill, how's it going?
GM homies. I was letting you guys run that for a little bit. You guys were on a roll with the drone coverage. So yeah, just kind of let you guys run. But GM to the chat. What's up, guys? Good to see you.
Good.
Appreciate
You
you.
play
Hopping on,
golf?
guys.
I know Dom played golf.
I do play golf every so often, but I'm probably not nearly as good as Dom is.
Right.
Dude,
Real
I'm
quick
not nearly-
before
probably
I
are.
leave, Dom, what did you shoot? Anything good?
We just scrambled. We scrambled. So I did. I won 60 beans. So I'm happy with that. Actually got a hat out of it. That's what I like to do. I like to play with my friends. This is what I've done every time recently. Play with my friends, and instead of taking the cash, I'm just like, dude, I'd rather just take the hat
Your
off your
hat?
head, the clothes off your back. Yeah, it
Yo,
feels more personal.
That's
So-
way more personal. That's such disrespect. All right, I'll let
Yeah.
you tee up the next segment. I'll hop. See you guys.
All right. See you,
All right,
Josh.
Josh.
All right, 3 minutes. We're just gonna jump into it ASAP because I know Chris has a hard stop. Big Chill. How we doing, Chill? What was the weekend looking like for you? We excited?
Dude,
Hopping off?
weekend was busy, man. But it was good. It was good. I mean, I know we had kind of like a slight holiday yesterday, technically for MCG, but you know, the boy was still kind of locked in a little bit. But excited for today's robotics day, man. I think it's gonna be an awesome day. We got some great projects, some great interviews. And I saw you guys were talking about the DC earlier. So yeah, we'll definitely get some updates on that soon. But yeah, let's tee up the first. Let's tee up the
First
first.
segment.
I believe we have SR.
Yep, Strike Robotics. So, okay, just to recap on our schedule today, we have Strike Robotics at 12:30. They're about to hop up right now with Chris. And of course, they're doing stuff on base, partner with Venice, some really big partnerships there. Just really excited to get a scoop of what they're doing. Following that, we got Kodak. We've had them on the show before. They got the new updated logo. I think they just came out with a big update as well. And then after that, we got, and I need to get the spelling right, or I got pronunciation, Machina is how top fumblers, I need to spell it out. So Machina coming on after that to chat. So that is, and of course there's our face right there, but that is the schedule for today. So without further ado, let's get a quick little update on what Strike Robot is, and we'll pull them up here. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors for presenting this show today. Shout out Trojan, shout out Meteor, and Collector Crypt. But let's see. Strike Robot is a SR agentic plus SR platform. Build the new normal for robots, and they just dropped a sick video. Of course, here's them partnering with Venice, which we'll talk about. But this is their video they dropped recently, and I will throw that up. My understanding is this is a sandbox situation, right? So you can create things in a sandbox, and then you can see how these robots act in a simulated environment before you actually create them and spend all that money. So here's that video. There you go. Okay, with that said, let's pull up my boy Chris and jump right into it. It is 12 o'clock. Chris, thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. Thanks for having me. Sorry for the network, by the way. You know, right now I'm in China, and the network is crazy because in every single hotel, the firewall is completely, like very heavy, and I cannot, like do many things like I did in other country for sure. Yeah, so sorry for that.
That's
No
all good.
worries.
Dude. We're going to have a great show nonetheless, just chatting with you. We'll pop some stuff up on the screen. Start me off here, Chris, before we get into your background and stuff. We talk to a lot of robotics platforms. I think we're pretty familiar with this stuff. We see that there's a big push for robotics in the United States and in like Boston specifically. On the other hand, I've heard people say, okay, China is the best place for innovation in terms of robotics. From your perspective, like where should you be right now for robotics? Who's got the biggest innovations coming out of their countries or states? Is that going to be the United States? Is it going to be China? There's kind of like this war going on between. It's like the space race, except for robotics. How are you looking at that?
Right. So a little bit context for you guys that basically I'm based in Vietnam, and I came to China for a month like you guys. I want to explore, the robotic landscape in China, right? And especially in Shanghai and Shenzhen. Right now I'm in, Mu Shanghai is basically it's campus that they have multiple teams like AI, robotics, biotech, culture, etc. And this week we we like having fun with robotic week. We have a lot of vendors coming here to like showcasing their products, etc. And also today I has been working with another few team members to like hacking a small product of Strike Agentic for Strike Robot, integrating with Dimension OS. I'm not sure if you guys already know them, but they's quite famous on X. They basically you can considering they are Android for robotics, where they're providing the whole SDK for everyone can do robotic application on top of it, and through natural language as well. And they currently top three SDK for robotics in the world right now. Is quite super famous. So has been working with like just hacking and chilling and networking with these builders in China right now. And my experience when I came here, in the last few days, I has been participating into one very famous. It's called Hangzhou. In Hangzhou, it's called International Humanoid Robot Expo. And also, honestly, I think the energies out here is wild, right? And to be fair, if you guys has been keep talking about and I think everyone on X, right? We has been talking about our robotic companies, like let's say live stream from figure companies to live streaming their robotic products on X, and it's creating a lot of noise. But when I came here, it's completely different, right? Because I feel like they more doing internal games, right? When I went to the conference and I saw, to be fair, I saw like 500 vendors being here. They providing, a lot of things, including, let's say, advanced dual camera for depth perception sensor, or maybe like you can see a lot of, data collection brands. Let's say they're building the full body motion capture suit, or maybe like they can even providing the whole humanoid suit that you can deploy any general like motion policy as well, like very famous like Unitree or maybe like Agibot, you guys already know. And I saw like crazy amounts here, but the point is that first of all, not many people, it's not easy to read Chinese language on X, right? And we has been very active on X. And it seems like they have a controllable environment to promote these things. So I feel like they has been doing internal games, and like people here living in China, it seems like they very familiar with normal robot operating around them, like food delivery robot and so on. I'm not sure if you guys already been here, but in the last 4 years, when I've been Shanghai for the first time, I already starting seeing a lot of robot already, on the street already.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's quite crazy that people not bullish enough on Chinese market. And to be fair, I has been talking with a lot of my friends as well, and we nearly have the same sentiment that we need to move here in next year to live. Why? Because we want to, like first of all, the food here is crazy cheap with very high quality,
Yeah.
and they have really good weather. They have very good, like lifestyle, life standard, still, cheap as well. And, a lot of opportunities here, like a lot of high profile people here as well. So I think, for everyone who bullish on technologies and robotics, the community should come here for the first time, I think. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Nice.
I just wanted that contrast here because I know you have a lot of people, a lot of things coming out of Boston, like Boston Dynamic Robots and all this stuff there. So I wanted your take. Chris, talk me through a little bit on what Strike Robot actually is. Of course, we got a little bit of your background here in that introduction you just
Right.
made. But what is Strike Robot? What are you solving for? We see a lot of different robotics companies kind of come up here, and some are making sandboxes, some are creating physical robotics. Where do you fit into
Okay.
that mix?
Yeah, I think I will. First of all, we'll talk through my background and also the teams and why we build Stratorbot as well. Then we can go through, because I think that makes sense. So my background has been my background has been working in crypto industry. Actually, I'm not coming from robotics, and I has been working for Polkadot for 3 years. mostly handle building relationship with builders, developer program, brands, etc. But during the time, I also personally research and find investment opportunities in different new sector. And I think robotics has been what I feel haven't solved completely yet. And because you can see that AI already make a lot of people becoming software engineers, right? But robotics, making hardware alive, it's not something accessible. That's for me. So that's why I think it's a hard problem that we should considering solving and investing resources in. And because of that, I team up with another two friends, one in Vietnam and one in Japan. They all have the PhD and master degree in robotic as well. So it's very fit to work with me. And I and constantly in the last 7 months, my friend working from virtual protocol, they mentioned with me that hey, we already invested into 30 humanoids, Unity G1s, and they opened up the whole labs. So they're looking for teams that to building up the whole decentralized operation system that to more builders coming in and build application like create solution alongside with virtuals to first of all building a whole ecosystem of robotics, and secondly we can considering do some sort of business cooperation where different teams can collaborate, and then let's say arbitrating robotics costs. Let's say that we all build in Southeast Asia, and then we can sell to sell solution to other countries like US, UK, and also Korea and Japan as well. That was our initial thought, and during the times we scheming a lot of solution. We like have been considering what we should build. Uh, during January, then we start with our first products um, to make sure that we can spinning up a good solution for robotics at that times. So the first problem that we started to solve is because we see that right now, at that time, general VOA models, vision language action models, like OT2 or maybe like open VOAs, isn't accessible for every robot, especially for new vertical robotic startup. Why? Because to give you guys some context again, like VOA models, they are very neutral, end-to-end neutral policy. It's basically a whole large model that ingests between different pixel, language instruction, and it will directly output the whole motor command, and everything including reasoning, perception, control. It's all packed inside one package. You can understand that, and to particularly solving a new type of robot, you guys cannot break it down simply, but you guys have to retrain everything from class, especially like action policy as well. um, because of that, we think it should be good that we're not touching into the action policy at all, because we can just working with a lot of types of autonomous robot. They can have their own action policy that they can train themselves for the control stack themselves. So because of that, we start building the first product. It's called Strike Agentics. So what is Strike Agentics? Is a modular cognitive awareness layer that allow autonomous robot with any camera and lidar system to notice deviation and anomalies. Um, and you guys can understand that it can be obstacle, intruder, smoke, fire, electric arcing, etc. And it's will reasoning and creating the whole action planner that can easily to like trigger the control stack of any autonomous robot. They just need to integrating in the whole our SDK, and then they can use it right away. So it will be like more efficient and more seamless to integrate, and very flexible on the payment flow for any, especially vertical robotic startup when they don't want to like spend a lot of time, resources, and money to rebuild the whole thing. Yeah. And
So
yeah.
okay, so explain this to me as if I was maybe a potential customer. I'm building out a robot that has a special use case. I can just come to you guys, plug in your SDK, and you guys will solve some sort of solution for me.
So basically we like our client mostly will be hardware companies, like company building autonomous robot. For example, it can be they can build elder care robotics, or maybe they can build like what troop dog robot for plugging in the factory space, right? But the point is that it will take a lot of resources to train these robots to be able to recognize anomalies. What I mean? For example, if a robot working in the factory space, right, and it simply sees some intruder coming in the space, or maybe like like some fire popping up in the factory space as well, and the robot cannot recognize it yet. Because of that, we build that cognitive awareness layer where they can just plugging in, and then they can recognize what is E, right? They already have all the data that we train. They already have all the awareness situational awareness layer that we build. Then they can just plug it in and make sure that the robot can reason, it can recognize it, and then reasoning, and to create a whole action planner based on that.
I see. Okay, you're creating the cognitive awareness layer, which, like this video is displaying here, if something's going wrong, something's out of the normal, this layer will recognize it and go figure out the solution and fix it in real time. And that's what you guys are really focused on creating, or at least that's your first product.
Yes.
Got you.
Okay.
So who would your? Oh, go ahead, Jill.
Real quick, from what I understand, you mentioned that this sort of technology the idea sort of came from the Virtuals team, or not the team, but kind of someone from the Virtuals camp, where they basically said, hey, like we love all the robotics products that we're seeing, but hey, this is what we need from builders, and kind of this is what you're building out.
No, actually, Virtuals never gave us the idea though. I mean, they giving us free access to hardware. Basically, they providing us all the free access to our hardware because we, it's very expensive to buy the whole Unity G1, right? It's like 40K full option, and we, as a bootstrap team, we cannot do that at all. And the idea is just coming up from ourselves, based on a lot of discussion with Virtuals. We see the demand of the current vertical robotic startup space, because before that, Virtuals used to suggesting us that how about you guys building some fighting stuff. So that's why it's called Strike Robot as well. Initially it's called Strike Robot because of that, but after 1 week we're thinking up, it was around December last year, and we has been doing a lot of research. Even that we building the whole paper, applying into AVIX for Strike Agentic as well, to explain what technically is work, and we just build it all our ways, because we think that it might be a good thesis to build on, because we see that the vertical robotic startup space right now, like different small team, they build their own hardware solution, they build their own robotics, they build very generic like motion command, but the point is that they cannot recognize deviation like human, right? So that's why we want to build that. Yeah.
Gotcha. So this is just coming out of natural demand that you guys have seen in the virtual space, and you're coming in and filling a gap in the market.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only in virtual space as well, because I have a lot of friends in San Francisco. They're doing multiple virtual robotic startup as well. They're building elder care, they're building companions, etc. And I has been talking to them about what they has been working on and the problem that they have, etc. Right? Because to be fair, if you guys, as I mentioned before, VOA, Vision Language Action Model, is very popular model that people usually just plugging in and then prompting out, or maybe like putting some sort of vision for a robot to understand, and then it can easily acting. But the point is that it cannot recognize the deviation, which is in real time, right? If I'm not sure, I already sent you guys one link in the chat, right? And the first link is a slide demo of what we built. Can you open up?
Open up
The
the
link.
chat.
Yeah, the link in Telegram. I send you guys the
Oh,
first
got
link.
you.
Yeah, it's called Straight Agentic. Yeah.
Yeah, you gonna send that in the Telegram chat or the private chat here?
Yeah. Telegram chat.
Got you. Also want to talk through some of these partnerships you have. Obviously, we see that you're working with Repo at some capacity here. I want to get into more detail
Right.
on this Virtuals partnership and the Venice partnership and like what that looks like for you guys.
All right.
here. Yeah.
Right. So that maybe we'll talk directly to the second product. So it will relating to Venice and Repo, right? So during the time we build, Stripe platform, it's called Stripe platform. It's a like data pipeline simulation environment platform for vertical robotic startup. They can spinning up environment very quickly. So the problem that we see when we build Strategic is that, like building these data simulation environment is significant, complicated, because it's that crazy amount of time resources to build, different diverse scenario to train the robot. For example, you need to train a robot in a whole building, different floor, different room, and it will need a lot of, like environment simulation, right?
Yep.
And typically, other companies, like big companies, they will have their own 3D artist team. They have their own simulation engineer, etc. And it's basically it costs a lot of money. Because of that, we decided to build this. It's called Stripe Platform. It's a high performance cloud based reinforcement training platform for robotics. So it will replace the entire manual Mujico SML format based construction process with only natural language. Basically, you can just type in, a small warehouse with 3 rows of, shelving, or maybe like a forklift parked near the loading bay, or maybe like a humanoid robot near the entry, something like that. And maybe in a few, let's say when we tested it, it takes around 5 to 10 minutes. You will get the full constructed physics valid Mujico scene with very proper meshes and so on. So it can fit with the whole things that, having the whole Mujico scenes where you can directly train the robot based on that. Basically, it will help the vertical robotic startup to make their simulation process become, more natural workflow with shorter period of time. Because of that, we partner with Venice and Repo for 2 reasons. For Venice, the first reason we think that because we need to work with a lot of clients in upcoming times, and also we need more environment generated naturally from the community as well, so we can use as the share foundation models for everyone can utilize it, and then like train the old robot easier. So they can either use text prompt, or maybe they can use the image that they take picture as well. Because of that, we don't want to expose the information of the user they prompting, right? And we're thinking of Venice, right? We was talking to them, I just casually I DM CTO of Venice, and I pitching out the products and the ideas, because I feel that is making sense that everyone, every builders and also the communities, when they generated this simulation environment, they need to putting in a lot of data, personal data, including let's say maybe the houses space, maybe like their neighborhood houses as well, and it's their privacy, right? So that's why we think that it makes sense that we can just build the whole user experience, including integrating inference system from Venice as well, that allow everyone can just like prompting out, putting in the image to create a whole spinning up the whole simulation environment, and they don't have to expose their information. And we particularly build a whole user experience for that, which we will launch on middle of June. So the whole product will be launched in middle of June. And the second thing why we work with Repo. So Repo is basically like they're very friendly with everyone in virtual ecosystem. They super rich, and they has been having a lot of team as well. And while we discussing with Repo OG is the founder of Repo, and we considering some tests that because we're using Venice as our primary inference infrastructure for Stripe platform, right? But because of that, and there might be a lot of data generated during the times by the communities, so they can earn incentive from that. Maybe like they can contribute to the share foundation model in generally, and because of that, um, we see there is a lack of human judgment. Let's say expert judgment of this type of data. We need someone to label and let's say validating these data are fit with something that like robotic startup can use for their normal robotic training. Because of that, we see there's an angle that we can deploy the whole data net on Repo, and we can just like for all the data that we generated privately from the communities, or maybe like anyone using our platform, they putting into the data net, and all the expert, because they want to earn incentive, they need to
Right.
be skinning the game, right? Because of that, they need to own our token, so they can like stacking in, they can labeling, and because of that they can earn some sort of incentive by contributing into the share foundation network, right? So it will be creating the whole loop between contributor, labeling, labeler, and stacker as well, to make sure that we can create more quality data for robotic training while still keeping private for the contributor. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. I think I got a good answer then. Just to kind of recap that, your partnership with Venice is to use their private uncensored models. In return, they're also giving you guys some sort of partnership in terms of credit sponsorship here, and co-development. How are they co-developing the Strike robot, the VLM and reasoning inference layer?
Oh, actually, like basically they has been supporting us in terms of technical side where whenever we need any support because Stride Robot is the first robotics partners that they did, right? If you guys checking the X, right? It seem like only Stride Robot is the only robotic partners that we has been trying to work with. Because of that, their models and their inference system need to some sort of adapting the qualities of the input and output whenever, for example, like creating 3D asset and so on, right? There might be some sort of it's necessary to jamming in and then fixing a lot of stuff around increase like lower the latency when creating the 3D access, and also creating higher quality image and the layout for the whole thing. Because way before that, they mostly focusing on videos and image, and because of that, right now they have to working with us to improve their own VOM reasoning model, and but the whole platform definitely we build ourselves. Yeah, but during the time that we build this product, most of the credit that we use to testing and building the whole product Stripe platform is basically got sponsor credit from Venice. As the let's say they just want to we want to create the whole use case for Venice in robotics side, and we want to experience if this would be a good angle or not. Yeah.
Yep, love it. That's a huge partnership. So thanks. We understand the Repo partnership. They're stepping in to help label and validate data for robotics training. And then Venice is, of course, helping sponsor some of the credits or using their decentralized, uncensored private model. And of course, they're helping you on the back end as well a little bit. With that being said, though, we got a rapid fire. We got 5 minutes here. I know you got to jump as well. So in 5 minutes, I want to rapid fire through the revenue model, the token, the market size, all this stuff. So real quick answers for me here. Talk me through the TAM of this market. How big is this market? What does your revenue model look like? I think as people that want to invest into the SR token potentially, we're very curious on, how big is the market that you're trying to address here? And then what's your revenue model look like from that?
Okay, so how big the market, right? Based on my research right now is you can see that most of the VOA models basically built by NVIDIA and different types of other giants, right? And they build that to deploy and basically building the whole autonomous robotic economy generally. And you can considering that we can be a part of it by providing the whole better data and niche where we only focus on the cognitive awareness layer, where we have these robotic companies, everyone they want to build their own robotics startup. They want to like building some sort of solution to automate their own, let's say, business, for example, a restaurant or maybe like gyms or maybe like factory, etc. They need its own human-like cognitive awareness layer, right? So I would say that it's worth like billions of dollars in market right now. Not saying like 10 or 100 bill, right? I mean, obviously, it's
Yeah.
a little bit too high. Um, but uh, but to niching down about our business model is very straightforward. We get paid by every robot. The volume of robot deploying the uh the framework based on API call, right? And or maybe like depend on the contract. They can just paying for us annually for the whole SDK, so they can look directly into the into the robot. That's the first things. For the Stripe platform, we also build Stripe platform because we want to get immediate revenue, not just from autonomous robot company, but also teleoperation company as well, because it's similar to make money and getting revenue, and hence we can use that to buy back the token and also operating the whole company. So it's very simple. They just paying for per users, and we can just proceeding through it can be through X402 payment. They can just calling using the agents to calling our service, or it'd be like they can just directly go into a platform using the whole software and just import the whole scenes, and then they can training
Gotcha.
their robot themselves. Yeah, I mean, just paying this service is very directly, and we will use that for two things. First of all, for buyback token, and use that token to create you for data contributor who contributing the data, especially for Stripe agentic through using Stripe platform as well. We create a whole loop where people can just contributing data through the platform, and then we can reuse that to train the agentic ourselves, or maybe we can just like licensing this data whenever like other companies or maybe enterprises they want to use, and use that to create you for these contributor they can earn, and also you for the expert they want to labeling this data as well. So we create a whole on-chain economy, so it's simple for everyone contributing in, and then creating like more a whole loop of economy of our products. So it should be better for sustainable. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. So to kind of put a bow on that and recap, you guys will be you're targeting a multi-billion-dollar vertical here with robotics. You guys have a pay-per-use system where people pay for credits, plug in the API, and they pay per use based on how much credits they use. And then, of course, you'll be taking some of this revenue and actually looping it back to buybacks. And then another portion of that will actually go to data contributors who are giving you guys meaningful data that you guys can then license out, and it's verifiable. So that seems to be the business model that you guys have going. How has traction been? Who's using the platform? And we have like 1 minute, so you got to speed fire and rapid fire these questions for me. But who's using this model? How's the traction been? Are you guys profitable yet? Anything there?
To be fair, I mean, we built in the last 5 months, and it's obviously is right now it's not profitable, because we need more time to spinning up the profit, right? Because building in robotic space just not easy to make money and so on, right? And right now, for the strike agentic side, we already actually after my trip from Shanghai, we'll go to Shenzhen, but after that we'll go to Thailand for working with factories that owned by my family, my friend families, and they are currently want to deploy a few wardrobe robot into the factories, and we currently like want to we currently discussing to deploy our strategy into their wardrobe dock as well, where they can starting to patrolling the whole factory space, and usually one package for every spinning out some pricing, information for you guys, right? I mean, usually for 1 years for one factory space, usually it costs like 20 to 30K for one factory, to make sure that it can automating everything precise, right? For sure. And that for strategic. And I also talking with a few vertical robotic startup from my friend in San Francisco as well. They want to test it out first, but it's still very pilot stage, not not payable yet. And for the Stripe platform, because we're launching out next month, and we currently working with a few universities lab where they has been build their own simulation to testing and building up their own robotics. Like for all for R&D, and we has been working with them, and then they okay to pay for us when to start using the products and training their own simulation environment for for the quick faster periods of time, so they can start deploying into their own training policy immediately. So it should be starting getting the flow of revenue from next month for everything. Yeah.
Good. Well, that's amazing. That is our time here. I just want a quick note on this. You talked about how the revenue is going to be distributed to holders and buybacks and contributors. Do you have any rock hard numbers on that? Is it 20% goes to holders in forms of buyback, 30% to contributors, and the rest is for business operations? Do you have any set in stone numbers so we can reference this, I guess, in the future when revenue starts to flow in? And it's got to be real quick answer here, Chris.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure, we already started to thinking about more than 30%, but I think it should be better that you guys should wait for the announcement when we have that, right? I mean, but
Perfect.
actually, we already think that it should be very high, because we don't want to. We basically we launching the token now, because we like utilizing the community funding and so on through unicorn mechanism of virtuals. So basically we already have the operation expense for our teams. So most of the revenue we got, we need to buy back. And you can see if you check the wallet of the team, we haven't been really sell any token that we get vesting at all. We haven't claimed anything, because we want to keep it that way. Because we already have enough operation and spend for our team. But yeah, I mean, most of the revenue stream we were starting to use to mostly buying back and use that to yield for the data contributor, because we want more data for the contributor. We can use that to first of all sell, and then training better model for strike incentive as well. So we need like bootstrapping and getting more incentive, creating more incentive to attract more people to contribute. Yeah.
All right, Chris, thank you. Well, we got to wrap it there, but we appreciate you coming on and giving us the update. Looks very cool. I love the partnerships you have with Venice, Repo, and all these people. I think you're doing some exciting stuff. So wishing you the best. Leave people real quick with just a bit of roadmap and what people should be looking forward to in 1 minute here.
Okay. Yeah. So next month, in the middle of June, we're starting to launching a Stripe platform, and we will work with of course Repo, Virtuals, and Base to launching our whole campaign where everyone can start contributing the like creating data, using promptings and also images as well to creating 3D access, and then starting to testing out, creating environment that they like. or maybe like based on our topic as well. And that might be some sort of incentive that putting in for the community to skin in the game. So I think that should be a very quick one. But for outside, mostly in the next 6 months, we will only focus on improving the whole both of products, and then we're starting to get client because we need revenue to create a whole economy for the company, right? So obviously, so that's the most important thing. But for the community who investing, who are next, right? So they can expect to start contributing their generated access and layout using their own, let's say, I don't know, like by themselves, like taking pictures in the building that they want, and could start contributing and then creating verified robotic trending data on chain. Yeah,
All right, very cool, Chris. We appreciate you coming on. We'll be
yeah,
looking
that's
forward to
all.
the
Yeah.
updates. Exciting stuff, man. Thanks so much.
Catch you
Oh,
next
I
time,
think you
Chris.
mute,
Thanks.
or maybe I can hear anything.
Got to run. See
Okay,
you,
yeah,
Chris.
thank you. Bye.
Peace. All right. Looks like it got bugged out at the end there. Nonetheless, we got Kodak coming on. Now, Kodak, we've had on the show before. Friends of the show. They're doing exciting stuff in their sim arena, creating virtual sandboxes for robotics to function. Really cool stuff. I think since we've talked, they've won the Pump Fund 250K BIP hackathon, right? So they've got additional funding. We're going to be getting into, what's that looking like? Are they going to further fundraising? How the business has been? What's been going on? There's a lot of really cool updates. And of course, it's very fitting for a robotics day here on MCG. So without further ado, let's get Moya up here from Kodak. Moya, how are we doing?
Hello, hi, Dinero, hi, Shell. Been
What's
not so
going
long
on,
this
bro?
time.
Yeah, it's good to have you back on the show.
Yeah,
Um,
nice to have you guys. Nice to thank you, thank you.
I don't think we've had you back on since you won the Pump Fun Hackathon. So first off, congrats. I mean,
Thank
how's it feel to be working with Pump? I mean, how was that whole process? And just give us kind of
you.
your take on that, your reaction to that and winning.
Um, I'm gonna say this quickly because it's the thing that keeps popping off. A lot of people sometimes ask why, like, do you regret the token? Should you have raised VC funding and things like that? And I think with the hackathon funding and with the token that we had, I think it's like more assurance that launching a token was the right decision. And I think a lot of project will be coming this way too, like either in hardware itself or even other software companies. I think it's a very open way for funding, and you can get enough to build and prove that you're worth what you're doing without risking a lot early on to VCs, and giving a lot of control early on. So my reaction to it is that I'm super happy with the decision that we took with Kodak at that time, with going with the Palm Fund launch and all. I think everything aligned well there.
And so what happens next? You get 250K from Pump Fund. We've seen
Mhm,
like Pump K, they went on to do further fundraising after that hackathon win. Are you guys thinking
mhm.
something similar? Are you seeking further funding currently? Or like what is the use of that $250,000 that you have since won from the Pump Fund team?
Yeah, we have multiple paths right now. With what we have in treasury and with what we got from the pump fund team, is enough to cover for us for the next 6 7 months, in order to reach a seed level round, and then we're able to do similar path with what Pumpkate did and all of that stuff through the ACE, for allowing community members to get some part of the equity and things like that. So our path right now is focused on building the product and acquiring more customers, and generating enough numbers to increase maybe the valuation cap from 10 to maybe 50 60 million, and we'll be able to raise a seed round for that.
Okay, love that. That's pretty big alpha right there. I mean, you just hinted at potentially scaling revenue, raising a seed round, and really leaning into this ACE round. Give me a bit
Mhm,
of your thoughts on this, right? ACE is obviously the model that MetalX created to kind of reward token
mhm,
holders, or you could exchange tokens for equity in the company. We've seen Pumpcade and others go down this route. Super unique, super interesting. Just maybe give us your general thoughts on the ACE round. Why is it something that you guys are interested in?
mhm.
And any other details on that you want to share?
um I would say it comes back to the first answer I was mentioning, is that with VC funding right now, you need a very strong connections in order to get started with a VC round that you're doing for any product that you are building. With things like Pump Fund, for example, when you create a token for your product and get a community around it and build the attention around your product and have the funds from the fees and things like that to build the product, build the proof of concept, you don't have to give up control into VCs, and you don't need to be running after the VCs and wasting the time that you're supposed to be building. And then once you reach to a good point where you have enough traction, you have a product market fit, you can then start raising with a higher leverage, basically. So you don't have to give up a lot of control from your company. And the ACE round is a perfect way to reward people that believed in you from the start and people that were holding into the company from the start. It's like you guys having Ex Machina in the show after too. So with Ex Machina, you're basically getting token holders to invest in companies that are doing IPOs and things like that. With the ACE round, you're basically betting that this company will be IPO worthy before it even become IPO listed. So yeah.
Very interesting. For those that are new to the show or aren't familiar with Kodak, could you just give them a quick overview on who you are and what Kodak is actually doing and building, so we can really get into some of these updates you guys have been rolling out?
Yeah, so I'm Moyai. I'm the founder of Kodak Flow. We're building Versal for robotic. The idea is to simplify robotic development and make it as simple as software development. We have multiple layers into the product itself. The first one we just released, which is Simarina, and yeah, this is Kodak Flow basically.
Maybe we jump into Simarina. I mean, look, I think it's a really exciting venture. I actually wrote about this a little bit on Twitter yesterday or the day before. But it's a really exciting development, and best person to explain about why it's so exciting is you. But one of the places I wanted to start was, what does robotics look like without Simarina? What's the experience like building in a robotic space without a product like that?
Yeah, so when I got started into robotic, one of the main pain point that I had is that I needed to build simulation to train a robot to do a simple task. It could be either an arm to pick things or a humanoid to start working or things like that. The options that are available in market now is Isaac Sim and Mojoko. Those are the top the market that is using basically in terms of products. Isaac Sim is licensed and belonging to NVIDIA. And still very heavy to use. Basically, you need to install the whole software. You need specific hardware set up in your computer to start running it, and it has a very steep learning curve basically to get started to get anything productive from it. On Mojoko, it's simpler and easier to run in different places, in Mac, Windows, and all of that. It can run, but you have to write the simulation in code, and simulation things are visual things. So if you want to place the robot in near to the chair, you have to write that in vectors and numbers and know where the robot gonna be fitting and sitting. The iteration here, it's very slow. So whenever you have an idea, you start with building the concept, and then it takes you a couple of minutes to realize that this is the wrong way. Then you have to go back and start again and then do it again and again, and then you end up with weeks basically spending in them only just to get started on the simulation itself. The idea with Simarina is that there is expectation that there are people are going to join into this robotic wave that is coming. A lot of them are new, and some of them they don't have knowledge or prior knowledge with robotics and how things work. And the idea is to provide a tool for them that they can get started without having to install anything. They can easily prototype things without having to install anything. They can open the browser, drag a couple of robots there, set up an environment, and start collecting either data or experimenting with what could go wrong, what could go right. And that's the whole idea of Simarina, is basically making the simulation part as easy as possible and as accessible as possible.
So basically, before, there's all these different components into just making the simulation itself. And you
Mhm.
mentioned that the whole process from, coding these simulations and, doing there's all this time investment. You said it takes like
Mhm.
weeks. When you use
Mhm.
Simarina, like how much does Simarina kind of compress that time? How quickly can you get something up and running?
Yeah, you can basically get something up and running in a few minutes. The basic stuff. Then you can dig deeper and add more conditions, more rules, and things like that. And you can, in a day, you have your own environment set up that is production level ready, which you would have spent on it weeks before just to validate it and make sure it's good enough to start training on it.
And maybe just for context, I mean,
Mhm.
robotics is it's such a very up and coming niche, and
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything out there like this. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not very familiar with the
Mhm.
robotics industry outside of what's here in crypto. So, I mean, what does is there are there other tools out there like this, or is this the first of its kind?
Yeah, so we can classify Simarina as an environment building tool. In the way it is unique and it's one of it's first of its kind. The main reason is because there are some tools out there, for example, that helps you build environment in Mojoko. For example, you will have to use Unity or Unreal Engine, which are game engines, and they are plugins that helps you edit there and build things there and export them to Mojoko, which are visual ways to build simulations. Um, but with Simarina, what we do is that you can do all of that in the browser without having to install anything externally. That's one. The second thing is that we're not only tied to Mojoko or IsaacSim or one specific engine. We have Simarina has a format that basically it's a scene description. The way we design it this way is that the first layer is for humans to build on it, but then is to allow agents to build on it. And then the idea is you're able to export this to different types of engines. You can export this to Mojoko and run the same simulation on Mojoko, or you can export it to IsaacSim if your team is already using IsaacSim, or you can use engines that provide specific types of simulation. For example, there is Genesis, which provide particles and like for example, you can do water and dust and grains, and you can simulate the robot walking on sand instead of just working on a normal floor, which the other engines do not do that. And Simarina, you don't have to rewrite your whole simulation for that specific engine. You are describing your environment, what you want to do, and then you can choose where you run that based on your use case. And this is a unique thing, and it's first in the market in terms of simulation, where you write once and you export to multiple engines.
What does this do for just overall innovation and iteration
Mhm.
in robotics? I mean, I know you guys have you're pretty well respected within the robotics industry at large, outside of
Mhm.
the crypto space.
Mhm.
Give us a little insight into do you feel like this is going to be a kind of inflection point for iteration in robotics, or do you already see evidence of that? Are there
Mhm.
developers, users? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah. The whole goal of Simarina is to basically reduce the iteration time, and with everything is the faster you fail, the faster you learn, and the faster you get better. So with Simarina is that the faster you make the environment and make them wrong, and then you can rebuild them again and have the right environment to do the right task. Um, it is better for the whole ecosystem in terms of robotics. So our job now is to get this more adapted, share it with more people, bring in more people and more users to the platform, and we've already gotten a good reception from people using it. The main common reception I got from uh, people I'm talking to, people that used it in the early days, where was like, this is what I wished for when I started, basically, in terms of doing robotics and things like that. So we are in the right track, and we are basically targeting the good teams to start building on this and using it to create simulation and make their life easier.
Talk to us a little bit about the target market. I mean, I know
Mhm.
that with these tools, they are developer friendly, but they also can be used by just your average user, right? But
Mhm.
robotics at large is typically, a PhD in robotics is someone I would look to, I would expect to be wanting to build out something robotics wise. I mean, talk to us a little bit about who would you like to use this? I mean, it's open to anyone, but who are you
Mhm.
after?
Yeah, so I would say our main customer right now will be startups and robotic startups, either building their own hardware or customizing hardware for other users for other use cases. Um, the use case for them for Semarina will be to reduce the time from idea to a product that is usable. That is the main target. Another I guess target we found on the side while doing this is that a lot of education material is coming for robotics, and that either from universities and hackathon and boot camps, and all of them are preferring to use Semarina because uh, instead of starting with Mojoko or Isaac Sim and you spend 2 3 hours from the whole program getting the thing set up, you can already start in a few minutes with Semarina. So that's another example of potential customers that we're having. Um, the other part is that we're trying to bring people that might be interested in robotic, but they don't know where to start it. But because this is visual and it's easy and accessible, they can get started and experiment and see where things can go with it.
And I want to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you guys are, one of the only robotic projects on building on Solana. I mean, how has the experience been building on Solana? Have you received support from, the super team or Solana themselves? I saw you guys got an RT. I think Solana like tweeted out about you guys or something like that. I mean, talk to us a
Yeah.
little bit about your experience building in the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say we are the only ones on Solana. There is also Peak joining so with Solana too in terms of robotics
Mhm.
building, and there is also BitRobot also in Solana. And we, as Kodak, we've been here for more than a year now, specifically on Solana. The reception has been great since the early days. We were able to get in touch with the Solana team very easily, and they've been supporting in terms of like whatever you need or whatever updates you guys have, reach out to us. And yeah, like you mentioned, they are retweeting some of the releases that we're doing. um, on the other hand too, there is the super team, which is, I think super teams are the best communities available in any blockchains that are out there. So the Solana guys, basically, they're doing very well in terms of handling their community and letting their community grow. And Super Team is, especially in UAE, it was very welcoming and connecting us to other products and builders and connections in the UAE too. So I would say very, very positive experience in building in Solana.
Very nice, very nice. I don't know,
Mhm.
Don. I know you wanted to jump in a second ago. Sorry, I was just firing 'em off at Moyai.
No, no.
All good. Keep ripping, man. No, I just wanted to talk through some of these partnerships because it says on your website here, partner with Pump Fun, Hugging
Mhm.
Face, Peak, Solana. Can you just talk us through like the depth of these relationships and how you're
Mhm.
working with each individual person here?
So with PumpFun, of course, we launched on PumpFun and we've won the Build in Public hackathon. And we have something else coming with PumpFun. It's not something we can talk about right now. And it's in the website. When you were scrolling, there was something that is uh, redacted. So just some hints there about that. So that will come later. I wouldn't say months, but yeah, it's very soon coming. With Peak and the relationship, we have integration with Peak OS to simulate how. So basically, Peak, they're working on making machine to machine economy a thing. And the idea with simulation is that you can simulate the physical world, but you also need to simulate these things. If a robot buy from a malfunctioning robot, or if a robot break, how would we assure it, and things like that. So Simarina does also support peek into the ecosystem, so you can simulate more than just physics, also economical transactional interactions in there. With Hugging Face, we're planning for a hackathon with them soon around Simarina and things like that. So yeah, I think the connections between all of these partners is very good and very valuable for us.
Love it, love it. I want to kind of touch on this Pump Fund redacted thing. You said you're working with Pump Fund. You of course won
Mhm.
the 250K from the hackathon. You're really interested in this ACE round. It seems like that's been a really fruitful relationship. Again, I'm on the website and I instantly see, okay, Sim Arena. We've just talked about this. You've explained this what this is. It looks like you go down this tech stack, right? There is
Mhm.
something here redacted, and then of course there's Fabric and OPTR, which I want to get into in a second. But this is redacted right here in the middle of the tech stack. I know you probably don't want to talk too much about it. Can you just give us anything else to look forward to on this? Is it going to be in the
Mhm.
same field as Sim Arena? Is it something completely different? Just anything to chew on for a little bit for the people.
Yeah, I would say the goal of Kodak Flow is to make robotic development easier. That could be from the simulation itself to the software to the hardware running it, and this is definitely fitted in that stack too. And there is some PanFun involvement in PanFun and Solana involvement in there too. So I will not be able to say much more than this right now, but yeah.
All good. Something to think about, though. Very cool. Can you
Mhm.
talk me through Fabric and OPTR and what these actually are and how they fit into the tech stack?
Yeah. So we're starting with the simulation because that's the most accessible thing and is actually the first step when you are building robotic systems. The next point in the pipeline of getting robots to work and do productive things is that now we've simulated them in a virtual environment. We have something working and we prove that it's working. Now we need to deploy them in the real world. Um, in order to deploy them in the real world, we need to serve the policies that we generate from the training and all of that. So Fabric is used. It's a compute layer. It's basically aggregate between different providers, either deepin or normal cloud provider like AWS, Google Cloud, and things like that, and ensure that we get the cheapest machine for the right workload that has GPU, and it focused more on the lower latency. So we do that basically by ensuring that the machine is as close as possible to the user requesting it, and also is connected into with a P2P connection between the user and the machine. In this case, the user could be a user training a robot in simulation, or it could be the robot itself asking, I want to run this model, can you run it for me? And it sends the model to Fabric. Fabric find the right machine for it, runs it, and make sure the connection between them is is P2P and as low latency as possible. The thing you can think of it is like if you're playing a game in EU and you're playing in a US server, there is the lag, and we ensure that there is no lag basically with Fabric. And the next thing behind this is OPTR. So Fabric is the software side of thing, and OPTR is the software side of it. I mean, Fabric is the hardware side, and OPTR is the software side of it, where you can think of it as ROS, but for cloud. ROS, which is the robotic OS framework that is popular and robotic people use it. OPTR is basically ROS, but for deployment in cloud and in remote servers instead of just local deployments.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that update.
Mhm.
It's good to understand the whole tech stack you have going on here, so it makes a lot of sense. One
Mhm.
thing you mentioned earlier is when you talked about that redacted thing you have going on with Pump Fun to be released in a month or two, whatever it might be. You said one of your goals here is just making robotics development easier for everybody. When we talk about
Mhm.
ease of use and we talk about integration and traction and growing this business, do you plan to integrate this into front ends anywhere else? For example, like chatbots. We talked just right before this, of course, with someone who's partnered with Venice, and you can go through Venice and use some of their stuff. Or in the future, that's the idea. Is this a plan for you guys to where maybe, hey, I'm on my chat GPT or I'm on my Venice or I'm on my Claude. And if I'm a
Mhm.
developer for robotics, can I just click into this robotics tab and boom, I have Kodak Simarina here. And I
Yeah.
can just work with you guys there. Is that like, walk me through the process of how your go-to-market looks like for this and expanding, I guess, into front ends on other platforms.
Yeah, so the main thing I would say is that the current release of Simarina is laying down the infrastructure for everything and the baseline for the simulation stuff. So we have the cross-engine compiling and simulating from in the browser itself and exporting to the different engines and running there. The next step for us is to start the training in cloud. So the idea is that you can set up the environment and say, this is the variation that I want. Like, for example, you can say, I don't want this table. I want it to change from this table to this type of table. I don't want this type of fruits. I want different ones. Then you send us that package. We run that hundreds and thousands of time in the cloud and then give you back the trained policy. The robot initially will not and start not knowing what to do. And then by running multiple iterations and having the rewards there, it will learn the task basically. And then you get your policy, which you can test or you can run directly on the robot itself. The next layer on top of this is that you don't need anymore to build the scene yourself manually. You can, of course, prompt an agent to write the scene for you, and then you have that scene running directly in SimArena. So the environment is built by an agent, and your robot can be trained in there too. Um, Next layer on top of this is and this is we showed like a really while back, which is the integration with models like word labs and things like that, where you're able to scan your room, for example, and generate a realistic and a digital twin of your room. The idea of maybe your room is not commercial product, but the idea is that we can imagine a store owner having a Unitree in their store, and they can just scan the store by walking through with recording the store videos, and then they can put that into SimArena. They generate the environment, and then they can teach the robot, these sections you're not supposed to go to, these section you're supposed to go to, and that's how the robot can train there and have a policy that constrain it from going this and going that another way. Um, so these are in the pipeline. The next step, which is more crypto related side of things, is that we will have a marketplace where you can design your environment, but you still need initial data to see the environment itself. What I can do is that I will build the environment, list it on the marketplace, and offer a bounty for users to come and collect data for me in that simulation environment. User can collect the data. I have my rules for validating the data, and the reward will automatically go to them from the escrow to the person provided the data. So, and this basically covers the from the design of the environment, either from pictures or manually or through an agent, to the training loop where you can run this environment in the cloud and have the training, to the deployment policy, and also providing the data that can come from the marketplace of users that can be basically earning while providing data for you.
Yeah, that's like a very natural progression, I think, for you guys. Interesting to see where you're headed. I want to talk a bit about the market. I think myself and a lot of people watching are unfamiliar with the funding behind robotics, how excited people are for it, just a total addressable market. So could you just educate us a little bit on like what is the total addressable market that you guys are trying to capture here? And then maybe if you look at competitors that are doing similar things, like where do they sit in terms of market capitalization and value, just so we can kind of gauge, I guess, a fair value or an understanding of where Kodak kind of sits in terms of everyone else.
Yeah, so I think the robotic market cap in general will surpass the software market cap, like from the 500 billion and the trillions that we have already going on in software itself. Robotic will definitely surpass that, and we can see like parallel with that within automobile market. Basically, robots are kind of cars that are able to do more than just driving. That's one way to see it. And once you have robots running in factory and controlling things in factory and doing the mundane thing that humans don't want to do, you have a market cap that or a market value for this type of product that surpass what we already have in terms of AI and software and things like that, because it's running all over our life basically. In terms of the funding and similar product that are adjacent to Kodak Flow, I can see already products either building in types of, in the simulation or the deployment of robotics, and the raising is about between either for seed or pre-seed is between 20 to 60 to even 100 million valuations for companies like that working in similar field basically. And again, providing the tools for developers to build is no brainer basically, and the first step to start into this market.
Talk me through this a little bit more. We saw something like this robot strategy pop up where they're investing in, private robotics companies and kind of making these baskets for people to invest in, right? Or that's at least my understanding. Could you talk to me a little bit about what they're doing and how you see investments pouring into robotics? And that's going to be a follow on to like where your funding stands today and how much runway you guys have. But are you seeing things like this grow and just interest for robotics companies in general just really start to take over?
I think one of the reasons is that robotic hardware is expensive, and software development is, if you compare software and robotic development, is not apple to oranges comparisons, because with software you can build it once and run it millions of times without having to redo the production pipelines, without having to do the to source the materials, the materials to build the product itself. So, but with robotics, you need the factories, you need to make sure whatever you're bringing in terms of materials is accessible in your country, and you need to make sure the cost is balanced together well. So distribution and production for robotic is very different than software, and it's also very, very expensive compared to software itself. So things like this, where you're having portfolios with different robotic developers and builders, do make sense in terms of the raising like this, because you're diversifying your investment, because you don't have to risk on only one company winning or not winning. Again, because the whole robotic development is hard and expensive, then the risk of failing is harder compared to a software investment. So yeah, that's my points on it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we talked through Simarina and the products you offer. I guess the next question becomes, now we understand the market. We understand people are investing into it. We understand what you're offering and making robotics development easier for everybody, more accessible for everybody. Your plans to expand into front ends. Can you talk us through your go-to-market here and the strategy to acquire these customers and really start to get this thing churning a profit and making a big name for itself in the robotics industry?
So, like Shil earlier asked, is basically Simarina is very unique product, and it's well positioned to take a very good stake in this in the market, especially with more people coming into robotics and more builders building in robotics. So our our go-to market is basically get these early builders and get them to start using the software, and get the people behind them to also start using the software. So one of the first thing we're doing is preparing a hackathon, not just one but multiple ones, targeting directly communities, robotic communities, like the Hugging Face community, DemoOS community, Tinker AI also, they are a robotic community. So we're targeting these communities and providing them access to Simarina and building, allowing them to build things on them and incentivize them for it. The goal is to show how easy it is to get started, and show them and get them to stick on the software. The other part is that we're partnering with the universities and, like I mentioned earlier, also boot camps. The reason is because it's easier for them. For them, it's a win-win. They profit because it's easier for them to start teaching their students with something like Simarina instead of something like Isaac Sim or Mojoko. Um, the other part is that we are also working on the partnership, like I mentioned, with PumpFun and Peak and Solana. So that's our go-to-market strategies for now.
Okay, really powerful go to market. I love the hackathon angle. I love the university angle. Really interesting stuff. Talk me through a bit on the revenue model here. We, like I said in our previous conversation, was pay per use, right? A credit based revenue model. How are you guys making money? Just help us understand how this works.
Yeah, so for Sim Arena, like I mentioned earlier, um, once you build the environment, again, when at the current stage when you're doing things manually, there is nothing we will charge you for because you're running things on your machine. You're doing things manually. But once we are introducing the agentic system where you can prompt to generate the asset, generate the environment, that is basically paid by credit, and also the training itself. So once the environment is ready and you pass it along for us to train it, we will run that on our servers and do all of the iterations there, and that is will be charged per like this is not an exact number, but let's say 1 credit per hour of training or something like that. The other the other revenue specifically for Sim Arena is again the marketplace, where when people are listing their training task on the marketplace and other people training providing the data for them, we there is the fees that escrow of Sim Arena will take from there. So that's the revenue model for Sim Arena itself.
I don't think we've talked about marketplace enough, right? Again, back to the
Mhm.
goal of making robotics development easier for everyone. Having this marketplace where people can contribute meaningful data, list
Mhm.
things on the marketplace. Just walk me through and give me a broad idea of what that marketplace and the vision looks like for this.
Yeah. So once you build an environment, what happens in the backend is that the robot does not know what is right and what is wrong. All it knows is that if I do this, I get extra point. If I don't do this, I lose points. And then you can let the algorithm run multiple iterations, thousands, even tens of thousands of iterations to learn and achieve the maximum point. Basically, trying to reward max the algorithm, so you have a right policy to do the right thing. Um, when you start with from scratch, you have a long way to go, basically to just to reach a point where your robot is doing something meaningful. When in some cases you will need some data collected to see this environment, so a user can pick an apple for a robot to teach it how that is done, or it can move the robot and show it the right way to do it. These data is going to be fed to the training loop, and then your training will move faster basically than doing it from scratch. So this is the value of the data that user can provide to help to help the customer train their robot. The thing is that you can ask basically, so I'm a customer, why don't I collect this data myself? The thing is that first thing, there is the bias, is that I will do things one way, and it is better to have more ways that are random and not controlled. So your policy will not be biased into one direction. You will have variation, and your policy will learn the right thing to do. The second thing is that you don't need just one or two iteration. You need hundreds of iterations, and that you cannot do yourself. You can basically list it on the marketplace, and instead of spending 3-4 days collecting those samples, you can have that in a few hours collected, because you put the reward for people and they collected it for you.
Interesting. And what do you think the size of this becomes? Do you think a lot of users, maybe outside of just the Kodak marketplace, start using this market,
Mhm.
or outside of the Kodak ecosystem, start using this marketplace, and we see even maybe competitors come on and use the marketplace? I'm trying to understand the grand vision here and what you see this ending up
Mhm.
looking like.
I do believe that, yes, because again, like I mentioned, and this is special because the format that Sim Arena allows is that you can write the description of what you want your task to be, and it's not locked to one engine on one format or something like that. It can come from different formats, and you can simulate different things. Like I mentioned, you can simulate the economy of the robot. You can also simulate the physics of the robot. So different use cases can come in there. So every robot that is trying to learn a company that's trying to teach their fleet something, they can rely on this and use it as a source of data. Usually, because you cannot the generic data, let's say egocentric data for normal hand movement and things like that, will work to a certain degree, but at some point you will need a data specifically for your own task. And that's where this marketplace comes in. It's not for the general training of the robot, but for the specific task that you need it. And that's why I think it can have a bigger scale in this, because at every point, whenever you have a robot that is even already trained, you need to teach it a specific task, and maybe you will change that task for the next week or the month after, and then you will need more data collected for that specific new task. So that's my why I think it has bigger scale in there.
Love it. Well, it's been a great conversation, Moya. We're out of time here. I want you to leave us, though, with vision, kind of roadmap, something to give the people something to get excited about here as we go into the coming months. You got some stuff you hinted at, some redacted things that are coming. Maybe just leave us with roadmap and what you guys are heads down focused on at the moment.
Yeah, so basically the first release of Simarina is like a big milestone for us, and for us it's not just releasing Simarina, it's the start, it's the infrastructure to build on top of. So we already have a few more releases coming in the week after, where we're starting to do to turn on the agentic mode, so user can build with agent and prompt and build the scene and generate the assets directly in the browser again. So that's the next feature that is coming. After that, we'll be working on the marketplace itself, and we will start doing the cloud training and things like that. And we are still finalizing the details about the hackathon, and that should be also in between all of this too happening.
All right, Moya, very, very cool stuff. We appreciate you coming on. One question from Crypto Jones that we want to get out here. Any plans to add natural language prompting to the sandbox for ease of use?
Yes, definitely. That is the next feature coming in on top of Simarina, hopefully within the next 2 weeks. Yeah.
All right, very cool. Well, we appreciate you as always, Moya. Looking forward to what comes next. Codec is a very interesting project, and you've always been doing exciting stuff. Congratulations on the Pump Fund win, $250,000. We'll be excited to see how that goes to use and helps develop and accelerate this protocol. We're looking forward to this redacted thing that you're working on with Pump Fund, and we're excited, man. So congratulations on the launch of Simarina as well.
Thank you guys for having me, and thank you for always supporting. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
My guy, anytime.
Of course. Take care.
Thank you.
Peace,
Take care. Bye.
Boom. That's a banger. Any recaps
Massive.
here as I queue up the next one?
I mean, look, Codec, I like the what they're going after from a user standpoint. They're going after, developers that are experienced in the field, but they're also making sure that it's as easy for, someone that's just getting started. And they're not only going after for, again, the experts, but, startups, anyone building in robotics, essentially anyone coming into the robotics sector can potentially go through Codec by means of that Simarina product that they just released. So I think it's really exciting. That's probably my biggest takeaway here.
Love it. All right, boys. We got Mauricio on here in a second, of course, coming on to talk about robotics capital market, which is interesting. Of course, we really were birthed out of this whole internet capital market situation. We're seeing what's going on with robotic strategies or robot strategies where they're buying private robotics companies and offering them in a basket. So we got Makina coming on, or Makina. I hope I'm saying that correctly. We'll have Mauricio correct me if I'm wrong. Coming on to really talk about this robotics capital market, what that means, what we're looking forward to. And of course, TGE May 27th. Okay, should we be participating? Should we be paying attention? Hopefully we find out soon after this. So without further ado, Mauricio, welcome so much to the show, man. We're excited to have you.
Hey, man. Great to be here. Dinero, Chill TRD. It's been watching your show for some time. I'm a big fan. Keep up the great work. Excited to be here.
Wow, there you go. Means a lot. Well, we're excited to get you on here to talk your game here, talk your shop. Can you start us off at the top, just who you are before we jump into what you're building, and that'd be a great place to start.
Yeah. My name is Mauricio, co-founder of Ex Machina. I've been building at this intersection of the machine economy and blockchain for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. Early on, I started was working in DeFi ecosystems, helping grow layer ones mostly, like Cosmos, Ripple, and I was just kind of getting bored of seeing the same things, basically forking different DeFi protocols, and there was no innovation going on until I came across Peak. Yeah, and it just intrigued me a lot. It made total sense that machines in a smart city and a machine economy would transact on chain, and most likely with stable coins rather than fiat and all these slow, outdated systems that we currently have. So I just had to go all into the sector. And during my time at Peak, I just realized physical AI was next, right? Met my co-founders at a conference, South by Southwest, almost 3.5 years ago now. And it was right when ChatGPT was getting basically mass adopted, and it had become like the fastest growing app ever. It was obvious that intelligence was scaling exponentially. It wasn't linear anymore. And for us, it's like it just bonded over like robotics had to be next. And then that was kind of how where Ex Machina was born.
I want to dig into that a little bit more because it seems like you have a pretty clear vision on where you think the robotic economy, the agentic economy is kind of headed, and how accelerated that's been, like you said, since the rise of ChatGPT and agents and, OpenAI, whatever. Could you talk me through a bit of that vision? What does the world look like in 10 years? And I only ask this because I think it sets the stage for, leading into what you're building here. But could you give us an idea of what you think the world will look like here in 10 years as we see this rise of the machine and robotics economy that Peak and yourself are really bullish on?
Yeah, so I mean, we've all seen how fast AI has advanced through models like ChatGPT, and now we're seeing Claude, which is basically automating coding, right? Like people no longer will need software developers, or at least entry-level software developers, and it's advancing really, really fast. Then the rise of agents, right? OpenClaw and all these other things, where they're becoming autonomous and are able to basically transact with one another, pay for services, control your actual computer, do tasks for you without you having to basically control them at all times, and they become intelligent and start to automate things. It's just obvious that next, once we have this, it's gonna become physical, right? And the blockers in robotics have been not so much hardware, but that intelligence layer. And I think what the world will look like is kind of these robots. First, they'll start in like industrial settings, so like warehouses and just industrial kind of automation of where we shouldn't really have people working anymore. We shouldn't have people just moving boxes every day. There's a shortage for those kind of jobs and that kind of labor anyways. And then we're also seeing the population decrease in population, which is a problem for a lot of countries, like certain parts of Europe, like Spain, Japan, and a few other different places, which will actually benefit from this. And back in the day, like boomers, where there was a lot of basically people being born, GDP grew and exploded, right? So there's a lot of opportunities with like now labor being free. We're gonna be able to have like an abundant resources. So now the question doesn't become, it's like, could we just have abundant everything? It's like, what are the power structures that form around that? And I think one of our core missions is opening access so like real everyday people can have access to this explosive kind of growth. And I guess this kind of, you can see it now happening with AI and what's going on with Anthropic, OpenAI, the pre-IPO stocks, and now them IPOing soon. And it's just, we're a few years behind that in robotics. And that's kind of what Ex Machina is doing, is preparing for that and letting people get in at the ground level before this mania that's happening in AI happens in physical AI and robotics.
Something interesting you said there is you think the intelligence layer is more valuable than the hardware layer. Of course, we've seen this sort of SaaS apocalypse going on because of things like Claude Code being built, to where SaaS products and software services can be created very easily by the idea guy now. I've always thought, for robotics companies, because they have this hardware element to it, because it's physically difficult to produce some of these things, sometimes expensive, like hardware is kind of the moat. You're saying, well, actually the intelligence layer is more so the moat, in your opinion. Can you just kind of explain why you think that is?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. What I was referring to is the fact that the intelligence wasn't good enough for the hardware itself. Like you can have really good hardware already. It wasn't the blocker, is what I'm saying. Like we can manufacture really good hardware nowadays, but it just wasn't efficient enough. It's not smart enough. It's not good enough to basically go into your home and do all these tasks efficiently. And we're still not there either. I think we're still like 4 or 5 years away from having like real efficient home robots, for example, but we're only like months away from seeing the deployment into like warehouses and other type jobs, some sort of security jobs and dangerous type environments as well. So yeah, I'm not saying that is the mold, but that is what was the biggest blocker. And now we're starting to see breakthroughs. We still need a lot of human data. And that's why a core reason why we're so bullish on the general purpose humanoid, because we have a lot of human data, right? And that's going to cross over. We do believe like task specific machines and robots will exist, but for something to just adapt into the world that we live in and was built for us, it's more efficient, less expensive. We don't have to recreate anything. They could just plug in and work among us. We can also do teleoperation. If something's down, somebody from across the world can pop into that robot. So there's many reasons why we like the human form and think it just makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I wouldn't say that was intelligence is the mode. It's just what was blocking robotics for the most part. And now it's data. So now the companies that are building this intelligence layer, there's a lot of them, like Field AI, Physical Intelligence, Skilled AI, for example. I think there'll be like really massive companies that take over, right? Because Chinese manufacturers are building really good hardware, but most of them aren't actually building the AI themselves. Some of them are, but not all of them. And same thing with the US companies. So if there is a winner that like starts to develop the best hardware and gets adopted first, then by default they'll have the most data, the most use cases that they can further develop, and they'll just basically gain advantage, and then they can become sort of monopolies, or not monopolies, but the main data, like the main brains for the humanoids. They're just widely adopted, and I think that's something that the DAO is also kind of betting on and making allocations in, because it's just as important as the hardware layer for these humanoids and general purpose robots.
Well, Mauricio, I think you've made a very compelling case for what the future is going to look like. And so with that being said, let's get more into Ex Machina and what you guys are actually building here and how this relates to everything we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, so it's sort of like the core problem that I mentioned at the beginning. It's like we weren't able to access any of these companies when we got really bullish a few years back. We're like, how do we like invest into these companies, because they're going to be massive, right? They're going to be the next Amazons, the next Apple to the world. How do we get access? And it was very, very difficult, right? Robotics capital markets, it's like refers to the financial ecosystem, right? This includes venture capital, private equity, and public stock markets. But for the most part, these companies are all private. And unless you're an accredited investor with able to cut like $500K to $1 million checks, you're not going to have very much access to these companies. And such an explosive, transformative technology, we just felt had to be accessible to more people. So we essentially built like an open ecosystem and a DAO that focused on giving people access to the top private robotics companies. And over the last year and a half, we've invested into 7 of the world's leading humanoid companies. That includes some of the logos that you see there in the website. So Figure AI, Aptronic, Agility Robotics, 1X Technologies, Neura Robotics, a few others. So like really the blue chips, the top players in the space. As a DAO. So we've had these public auctions pre-TGE where VCs and retail all participate on the same terms, all on chain. And they're essentially swapping. They had a swap rate for Deus, and they would get their Deus tokens non-transferable, and some of them with vesting, with vesting attached to them. And with the liquid tokens, we had like this limited governance pre-TGE where people were already holding their non-transferable tokens, and they were able to vote and choose how we were deploying that capital. So as we had auctions, we would keep deploying capital, and we've deployed into 7 companies like I mentioned, and we still have some capital left to deploy post TGE. And post TGE will be introducing the RCM protocol, which kind of takes this a step further and takes us from sort of like robo strategy that you mentioned earlier, which is trading at a big premium right now. They're more of a closed-ended fund. They kind of have a basket of assets, and people trade on that. Sometimes it's trading above NAV or not. It's very similar to that. What Deus is, it's just an on-chain version of that. But on top of that, we're turning this into essentially not a closed-ended fund, because now we'll have a protocol which will generate revenue. So you can think of it what kind of like Figure does, or sorry, what Virtuals does with AI agents where they basically pair their Vert token against that, but we'll be tokenizing SPVs of these individual robotics companies and create markets for these individual companies. So Deus will always be like an index for all of that. And as we generate fees, trading fees for that, this flows back to the DAO, and the DAO can compound, right? Acquire more assets, and then also incentivize XDeus holders, which is the governance token post TGE, V token model, you stake, and then they can also get incentives for basically supporting the ecosystem. So it's crypto basically enabling us to take it to another like realm that wouldn't have been seen before with just like closed-ended funds.
Okay,
How
so
are
this
you
makes-
going? Quick
ahead,
question
go ahead.
for you: How are you going about like finding these companies? Like, what's your pipeline looking like, or what's your network looking like?
Yeah, so we've been building in this space for like more than 3 years. So our network has grown quite a bit. We have a really good lineup of we call them scoring committee. It's a lot of investors and advisors, and some of them are like you guys might know. That come from like Peaks Network, like Simon Dedick from Moonrock, who's been involved in this kind of space for a long time. Yeah, we just have a really good network that we built over time. And on top of that, just being in this market for some time, when it wasn't so hot, it was a lot easier to build in this network, and it's quite a small niche still. So when you go to like broker platforms such as like Forge Global, Hive, Zambato, you have to be an accredited investor, and then you build relationships directly with different brokers and so on. So for us, our thesis has been very straightforward. Like we're always looking for exposure to manufacturers and like just the humanoid stack. So as you build this network, and they just bring you opportunities and so on, and share this deal flow with you after you made a couple of investments, and they know you're serious, and it just starts to kind of flow a bit more. Yeah, we're on some cap tables, and sometimes we do like single layer SPVs, always making sure that these are like issuer approved SPVs, so like that the actual company knows about it and has approved it before making an investment and so on. So we have our legal team review that, and then on top of that we have third-party attestations. So if you go into our documentation, you kind of can see that all of the allocations that we're claiming in our DAO portal, where you kind of track everything, vote, and all of that, are attested by a third party, basically confirming that the wire was made, etc. Since it's not on chain, and we want to be transparent and show that that the DAO or the DAO's foundation is holding that asset.
Can I jump in here real quick, Jill? I'm not sure if you had to follow on to it, but I want to talk a bit more about this structure while we're on the point here. You mentioned something very interesting. You said issuer approved SPVs. We've seen this issue kind of pop up before, maybe called with X stocks or pre stocks, and it kind of seems like you're doing a bit of these X stocks, pre stocks, specifically for privatized robotics companies. And we've seen the issue come up where like Claude comes out and says, hey, whatever Claude you're buying on Robinhood, or whatever Claude you're buying on, these other ones, these aren't verified by us. Like these SPVs are not actually approved like you guys have. Can you talk us through the actual difference between having these issuer approved SPVs versus, hey, my name's Dom, I go and buy a token in a private round, and now I put it in an SPV, and people are, able to trade it, and they think they have ownership, but maybe they really don't. Sorry, I kind of just jumbled that up, but can you explain to people how this is fundamentally different?
Yeah, so what you see happen in the private markets is sometimes there's like a lot of layers. So there'll be like the original SPV that was approved, but then somebody will make an SPV of that interest in that SPV, and then they'll share with their friends, and then they'll put another fee on there. So it just becomes like stacked fees, really, because that's how hard it is to access, right? So we just go direct to the source and ensure it's an SPV that is approved. It's all in the paperwork, so it's not really that complex. It's just people, when there's a lot of demand, people just don't do enough due diligence, and sometimes get into deals. But it's a little bit different what you're saying. Some stocks, I won't like talk for the exact companies because I haven't looked into all their documentation, but a lot of stuff you see in Solana, it's more like mirror tokens. It's not actually interest, it's just mirroring the price of that asset. So they're not all the same. You got to really read into the documentation and make sure they have attestations as well. Like I've seen some of them, they just say attestations coming soon kind of thing. So it's like, trust me, bro.
You're right.
So we try to avoid that stuff, and we try to be as professional and transparent as possible. And for RCM protocol, we'll be dropping like detailed documentation on how all that structure is set up, what like basically safety checks we're doing at the SPV level to ensure it's real. It's basically, that's the main thing though, that the issuer has to have approved the issuance of the SPV. But it's very like publicly known that a lot of these SPVs are legitimate. So what they do is essentially like a big platform, Forge Global, for example, it's owned by Schwab. You know, the guy that the crypto people don't like. You'll eat bugs and be happy. So this he's actually an investor. So it's these big platforms, like they're well established. They're backed by very big people, and they're sitting on the cap table of the companies. And what they do is, like, let's say like a mini $25 million check gets put into that round. Then they'll have like an SPV where they're allowed to, approved by the company, trade within their platform on that. It's not like trading like a crypto. It's like you can allow transactions from one holder to another during and in between rounds. So it makes it a little bit more liquid. It's still not like liquid per se, like crypto. It's still like equity. But that's, yeah, generally the structure. And yeah, just if you're looking into these kind of pre IPO stocks and all that, just always look into the documentation, make sure there's attestations, because, and then know the difference between mirror tokens and actual like SPV backed tokens. And a lot of clarity is coming right now with regulation. So I think you're gonna start to see a lot of this expand, and there's obviously demand, right? So expect the space to grow a lot. And we're not trying to catch every niche, you know, we just really want to focus on, you want to trade robotics, like humanoid robotics and robotics, like we want to have granular access to that niche, you know what I mean? Robinhood's not going to have all these smaller robotics companies, and like, you know what I mean? So we just want to really focus and be the best at the one thing, and it's providing access to this one capital market.
And this is something I really want to touch on, because we see a lot of these platforms fall short in terms of their deal flow, in terms of their pipeline. You know, maybe they say they're going to offer these pre-IPO companies, or, you know, seed stage companies, early stage companies, and they have a lot of trouble getting that sort of deal flow going. You've mentioned you've invested in some of these top companies already, and you've invested, you know, and you mentioned a bit about how you have this deal flow. But what are the steps that it takes to just get access to these companies? You need to be an accredited investor. You need to have this deal flow. How do you guys continue to keep this pipeline, I guess, you know, vibrant and with the latest, hottest stuff? And how do you continue to do it in the past tense too, where you got some of these top companies already invested in positions in?
Yeah, so we did everything like backwards, right? So most teams or like projects are able to just like raise a bunch of money and then start doing that, or saying they're going to do that. But we started the other way around. We did public auctions from the start, and they were already tailored towards like a certain investment that we wanted to make. So we started small with like $1 million auctions. And then as we scale, as robotics got bigger, we started to make larger investments. If you scroll up there to the top of the website that you're on, yeah, you see DAO Portal there in the right corner.
Mm-hmm.
And on the green button,
yeah.
the green button, right? Yeah, there you can actually see the portfolio and kind of track everything going on. Obviously, there's a countdown now to the launch. And then if you hit treasury, you can actually see the breakdown. You can kind of see governance proposals, everything that's happened in the past. So yeah, we do that all on chain. You'll be able to see the pools where the Deus is trading and volumes on that. So we try to like track the whole ecosystem in this DAO portal. So as your DAO member, you can kind of get a live overview of what's going on. And then this here, we have a robotics positions, and then you see like if they've appreciated in value or what they're at from entry. And then if you click on the individual companies, you can actually see their attestations and so on. So if you scroll back up to where you were with the pie chart, you can click on, like, let's say Neura Robotics.
All right.
And then it should take you to the page. Maybe, yeah, there you go. And then you have the whole overview of that company, the executive summary, the proposal that was passed should be like kind of pinned there. So you can actually track what was passed and the votes to acquire that asset. And then you have an attestation as well that you can link to on the top. So yeah, we try to make it a transparent, and I think educational as well, right? If you're into robotics, it's a very new space. you can go into xmachina.io/blog, and then we have a breakdown of every single company we ever invested in, and some that we're looking at, some that we were looking at but didn't decide to move forward with. But you can just find a ton of resources on this space. So it's really useful for people who are like just getting into this niche.
Okay, let's talk about this, because a lot of research and due diligence goes into clearly sourcing the correct investments here. What does that look like? Who's doing this due diligence on the back end? Again, I'm scrolling through this, and it gives you the executive summary, the overview, strategic rationale, the share class, right? Key risks and considerations. So you lay everything out there. It's not like you're trying to, hey guys, go and buy into Neuro Robotics, and we're telling you it's great, but you actually have no information. You guys are doing deep due diligence, or at least seemingly. Can you walk me through what that process looks like and who's doing this on the back end? Just kind of curious.
Yeah, so we have a sub DAO called the North Star Council, which is basically founding team and core contributors. And our job is to basically do what the DAO tells us to do, right? So what we usually do is we have that team is in charge of deal sourcing and due diligence. But we also put it up to vote. Like, we have weighted votes every once in a while, which means like people can choose between the different companies. So we don't like bring like small or like unknown robotics companies. Like, this market, we want to pick the Anthropics, the OpenAI of this space, right? They're already backed by Amazon. They already have some of the bigger investors, are working in factories with BMW. Like, we want those kind of companies that have the potential to be the next Apples and Anthropics of the world in the portfolio. So we're not trying to take these high risk smaller companies. And what we do is we basically do research reports on it, and basically a deep dive on each of these individual ones that we think are a good fit and why. So if you would go into xmachina.io/blog, you'll actually find so many different deep dives. And we actually released a report of the DAO and all of the governance votes that have happened. So we do this, and then we let the DAO have a vote on like what companies to target next, and they can weight their vote on like what they're most bullish on. And then from there, we have like a short list by demand, and then we try to follow the demand and source deals depending on what the community kind of voted. So obviously everybody was when we did the last one, everybody was very bullish on Aptronic, Figure AI, 1X, your typical ones, right? So we just went in and sourced deals and then kept allocating while we were then still having public auctions. So we kind of started building this as we went and kept having these auctions, kept making investments and proving the deal flow, rather than like, hey, like let's just raise a bunch of money, mostly from VCs, and then basically dump on retail at TG, so we try to do everything fair from the start and bring back the Web3 ethos. And you'll also see that with our launch. So our launch, we're going heavily on chain, partnered with Virtuals and Aerodrome to make sure like our biggest liquidity was going to be there. And we might have some alpha coming tomorrow during the drop too. You might be able to catch some deals on Solana as well. So stay tuned for tomorrow.
Okay, lovely. Let me talk a little bit about this funding and the backers. I think that was like the next place I want to take this. Can you talk me through who your funding is, how much runway you guys have available, if you're seeking future funding or ongoing funding at the moment, maybe just the whole kind of umbrella of where you're at with funding and what it looks like for you guys?
Yeah, so that was just like one tranche. If you go back to the blog, you'll find the one for like the 10 million raised across all auctions. There's like another green one. It's closer near the beginning of the blog section, like the latest. But yeah, we've essentially raised a little bit over 10 million in funding from these different public auctions. So it wasn't from like private investors. Everybody kind of had the same terms. Might be in the next page if you go second or third.
All articles here.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
But
that's what I mean.
Going on.
There's a lot of research there. So if you're looking into robotics, like, look, there's deep dives into all these different companies. I think it's this page. Let's see. Let's hope for the best. No. Anyways, it's 10 million across all of the auctions, and we've been actively deploying that. We've still got about 3 million to deploy. There it is. So you get a full breakdown there, and you see how all those logos, they're VCs, but they participated alongside retail. So yeah, so it wasn't like private deals with them. They were just participating in the on-chain auctions, and most of those VCs are like quite cool. Like the guys that are like supporting on-chain, like Moonrock, for example, Borderless is very much like that as well. Guys that like the Web3 ethos and don't just want like the VC power structures and agree that they should be more open. So yeah, so we got a really great lineup of VCs. Grateful for them and all the other people that participate in the auctions. So yeah, that's a pretty good overview. Like if you want more details, you can read into there. There's more angels listed there. Yeah.
So do me a
and
favor.
so-
Tell me where this 10 million goes. Does this 10 million go directly towards, buying more companies as you guys, do votes and the DAO votes on, accumulating more shares of different companies? Does this go towards, of course, there's operational costs? Maybe just do a breakdown of, hey, we got this 10 million bucks now. Where does it go? How long does this last us? So on and so forth.
Yeah, so I think like I gotta check the DAO portal for the latest amount, but there's a report that we just posted. There's about 3 million left to deploy from the 10 million, and the others we have already deployed into different robotics companies. From that, from all sales, like 2% was going to 7% was going to the sub DAO for operations. And then we just basically have DAO governance if anything else is needed. But for now, we stay lean. We're not a massive team. We think it's with AI, and we have a really strong set of founders and core contributors. We don't really think we need to scale beyond that. So we like to stay lean. But I think with that capital that we have from these auctions, yeah, we're pretty good for at least a year and a half runway. And there's also going to be revenue generation through RCM, right? So obviously there'll have to be a split there. A percentage will have to go for operations on all the revenue that we're making there, from exits as well. But it's all governed through the DAO, right? Like we would have to ask as we're generating revenue and as we're basically, if there's an exit opportunity, we would have to ask, hey, this is we need to top up for operational funds and all like that. So that's kind of how we operate. We like the model that you see with Meta DAO projects. So we kind of have like a similar structure internally. We just basically, let the DAO kind of decide. Like, for example, you might have seen a DAO proposal last week, which was basically asking for 250K for liquidity across centralized exchanges and USDC. So we can basically get USDT on the exchanges. So we kind of asked for the DAO itself, and then that has to be approved, which it was. So that's kind of how we're operating as of now.
Okay, so that's really interesting. Are all revenues, profits, everything is kind of going to a governed treasury for the most part?
Yeah,
there's
there's a DAO. It's on chain. It's a governance. It's a smart contract DAO. It's not like just a multi-sig. So it's called Aragon OSX. They got really good. They're OGs in the space. Governance stack, modular governance stack, where you can kind of fix and adjust as needed. You can add different, they call them plugins, where you can add different features and functionalities. You can remove some, so you can always evolve as a DAO, but it's still very decentralized. So that's why we chose to use an Aragon DAO. They're trusted by many DAOs like Lido and a few other like major DAOs. So yeah, you got to go with battle tested infra that's decentralized. For us, that was key.
Love it. Okay, let's get into the token a little bit. Crypto Jones asked, how does the token tie into what you're building? And I think you kind of gave a little example, but let's talk about this flywheel you have, because it's very interesting. You get funding for these individual robotics projects, you position in them, you have a bunch of shares, and then you go and tokenize these, which then have trading fees. And it seems like that's a bit of your model, where you take some of the trading fees, and that's how it goes back into the Deuce token, so on and so forth. Can you talk me through this RCM flywheel, the Deuce flywheel, and how this token actually ties into the broader economy?
Think
did you catch that, Mauricio? No, I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Let's see. Give him a second to rejoin here.
Can you hear me? I think I froze.
There we go. Yep, there we go.
Can hear you.
Got you.
You want me to shoot that question again, or you got that? Oh, I think he's in and out.
Yeah.
Mauricio, if you can
Yep.
hear this, maybe maybe jump out and jump back in real quick. Looks like it's all right. Maybe you're back. Yeah.
Yeah. And when he gets back, we could run that question back.
Yep. Sure.
But this is a really cool product. I will say, like, I mean, I can't wait to talk about the flywheel, but I mean, they're all focused on robotics. I love the kind of like, um, not trying to be a jack of all trades, but really just kind of focusing in on one category. I love that. And I can't wait to talk about the token because it seems like that kind of gives you like a kind of like broad exposure to basically everything robotics. So, I mean, it's one thing to buy a particular project, but it's one thing to have like one project give you exposure to an entire niche. But we have Mauricio back. I think we
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, sorry about that. My computer just like froze up.
It's all good. Well, we'll cut that out and just continue here. Nonetheless, as I was saying, we were asking about the token, how the flywheel ties in. It seems like you're creating individual markets for each of the robotics companies you guys have exposure to. Could you just talk me through the mechanics and the economics and how that kind of flows back to the token?
Yeah, there's actually a really good report from Kala Research if you want to do a full deep dive into that whole system. But high level overview is really two things, right? It's one, the net asset value, like the companies that we're holding and what premium people are paying for access to this robotics companies, for example. It's hard to kind of gauge that. It's just what the market is willing to price that. So that's one part of it. And then it's the whole ecosystem itself. And yes, the revenue generating protocol that we'll be launching post TGE, RCM, and the flows of that. So it's kind of tied to those two different things. Like a normal crypto project is usually the infrastructure itself, and you price it by its potential upside in adoption, I guess. So there's that, and then the NAV. So it's like kind of tying two things together, like robo strategy kind of setup plus a revenue generating infrastructure that will open up a market. So it's very hard to kind of price that. And I mean, it's not our job. The market will do that. But overall, it's essentially, yeah, Deus utility is the net asset value of the asset itself, access to robotics. Then sub-DAO markets are basically revenue generating fees there that flow back to that. Compounding of the assets, like if an asset is IPO'd and we get exit liquidity, then that NAV can grow exponentially over a few days, right? Like when the company announces an IPO, then all that flow basically would sort of like Bitcoin and MicroStrategy, right? The more Bitcoin they're holding, the higher they trade. There's always the volatility with NAV and premiums and so on. So then the trading creates protocol fees. Protocol fees equals treasury expansion, and then treasury expansion is that utility of holding more and more assets in a niche that would otherwise not be accessible to people. But yeah, I encourage people to check out the Kala Research report, which is really, really detailed and kind of breaks all this down. Yeah.
Okay, really interesting. Talk us through this RCM and how this revenue generating protocol is going to kind of work.
Yeah, so like a good example is Virtual's protocol. So we'll most likely use Aerodrome because we really like their infrastructure, and they're preparing for tokenization, like legally, they're like building all of this different functionality. If you need to whitelist certain things, if you need to freeze tokens, if there's an acquisition or IPO, so like basically building this whole infrastructure for the tokenization of real world assets. So we think that is the best backend infrastructure. And there are partners for launch. So looking forward to working with them on that. And it's very similar to the setup that you see with Virtuals, where they're trading a token against an AI agent token against a Virtuals token. But this would be like a tokenized SPV itself. So that SPV is like a sub-DAO token. It has its own auction, its own sale. Then this token, we have to wait a little bit. It's not like a liquid crypto token where you can just trade it the next day and just launch a market. This, you have to ensure that the shares have been approved. All of the transaction has been finalized. The equity is in that, owned by the entity, etc. And then once that happens, you kind of issue this token and create a market paired against Deus. So this drives demand for Deus, generates fees, and then allows people to speculate on the future price of these different companies. It's gonna be quite cool because it'll be like volatile. It'll be crazy. It's what traders want. Because think about like a company like Figure AI, right? They're valued at 40 billion. If you tokenize $4 million or 5, 6, even $10 million worth of that asset and put it on chain, it's not really indicative of the actual price of the 40 million because the TVL is going to be so little. So if there's a bullish news or the other way around, it'll be more volatile because the buy pressure will impact the price later. So it's just creating like this cool new market dynamic that'll be really interesting for traders. But you also always have that back end stopper, which is at least you have that interest, so the NAV will be something to trade on those assets too. So we're just trying to innovate and create something for people to have access to this market, trade it. And I think it's going to be really exciting.
So I got two kind of questions on this. As we see the hyper liquidification of the traditional markets, and I think traditional markets and institutions really start to lean into this 24/7 tradable liquid assets as opposed to like current, 5 days a week, market hours, pretty illiquid assets. And especially when you go down the risk curve to private equities and private companies, which are completely illiquid until you have some sort of liquidity event like an IPO, like an M&A. I guess in your idea, where do we head in direction of, are we going to have all these markets that are currently pretty illiquid just become 24/7 tradable over time? Is this part of the future you envision?
Yeah, I think regulation is right there right now. So we're kind of at the pinnacle or like that pivotal moment where these markets all just come on chain. It's so much more efficient, so much better for all traders. So it just makes total sense. And I think we're going to see the markets, traditional markets, really come on chain over the next couple of years. And that's why we want to we don't want to compete with the huge players, whether it's Kraken or whatever. We want to really just focus on this one niche where we know we're kind of like the ones we have access and we can really provide a great UI and product for people interested in this niche, which is humanoid robotics. So that's what we're trying to do.
And as we kind of move in this direction, what does that mean for Deus and your positioning kind of in this niche and just like already being here, I guess, a couple steps ahead? I asked this, I guess, under the context. I'm trying to get an idea of what the total addressable market is here. What's the TAM for something like this that you're building? And of course, your positioning into this market.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to set a TAM on this because, like, for example, Elon Musk says he believes Optimus will be the biggest product ever, like more than a vehicle, more than a
Blue
phone,
Ocean.
more than yeah, exactly. So it's something that we've never seen before, and it could literally replace labor. So it's very hard to set like a TAM on this because what cannot be automated? You could automate everything, like fishing, cleanup, industrial tasks, security. It's really, it's a blue ocean, like you said.
Well, this is what's so exciting about robotics, right? I think this is one of the draws that crypto traders have to crypto and blockchain. It's like, how do you price technology that could change the financial world, change the world as we know it completely? And they're like, I mean, the answer is you really can't. It's so hard to price. I think you kind of fit in that same kind of box in terms of like, robotics is going to change the current world as we know it. So how do you price something like this?
Yeah, just like AI. And I think you're seeing the convergence because it's the like-minded people that are into tech, into innovation, and they see transformative things showing up and they want to be a part of it. And that's why you're seeing like Coin Bureau and Cointelegraph, and they look like robotics news outlets now. It's insane.
It is. Walking back a little bit into the structure here, what does happen in terms of a liquidity event or an M&A? Do you guys have to wait for IPOs, or let's just say there is a merger or acquisition of sorts? What happens for your positions in there?
Yeah, then there's a DAO, there's a governance vote. We present the options, and then there's a governance vote. IPOs, you could basically liquidate at IPO. You could decide to keep a percentage post IPO. Maybe there's an acquisition where you just are liquidated regardless. So we just take it deal by deal and always just bring it back to governance.
Love it. Makes a lot of sense. I think we've really covered a lot here, and I'm going to let you, wrap up with anything that we've missed that you want to talk about. But I do want to talk about the go to market here and your strategy revolving this. Again, we've seen other people go out and recently kind of validate what you're building here with robot strategy, and you even make a tweet about it and their NAV and clearly people are trading this at a higher valuation than even net asset value because people want and are willing to pay a premium on some of the assets underlying. But talk me through how this has validated a bit of your thesis here and what you guys are doing in your go-to-market strategy to really grow this thing into something massive.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Andrew Kang like way back, maybe like 2 years ago when we were like just starting to have our first auctions. He hadn't mentioned RoboStrategy at the time, but like we mentioned the Ex Machina and so on. And I mean, the people that were in robotics, to us, it's been obvious for a long time that this sector was going to be like this. And now you're seeing it with the Anthropic pre-IPO stocks. I mean, it was hard. Let's just say it was very hard at first to convince investors, maybe 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, about this. But then that slowly started changing, and seeing, really positive launch from RoboStrategy. It's definitely reassuring, and it kind of puts the thesis in place. Also, the value of most, like 3 to 4 of the investments are already up. I think 2 of them were more than 100% up, like 2x from entry. So it's like not like slow. It's like in a year you're 2xing, and it's just getting started. And these robots, these machines aren't even adopted yet. You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen when 1x can actually pre-order, like not pre-order, but actually ship the robots to your home? What happens when these Apptronic has a deal with Amazon and they're actually replacing 50% of the labor? You know what I mean? That's when this will start to kick in, and when people will see the value, and when this peak FOMO that we're seeing now in AI will happen in robotics. And I think physical AI robotics is like a lagging indicator to that. So we're kind of early. We're like 3 years or 4 years ahead of what you're seeing right now in AI. And it will become obvious. It'll be obvious to everybody then. And it's just becoming to slowly become more and more obvious to more and more people. And I think we're lucky that this convergence of crypto and the crypto community and robotics is happening, because it wasn't around a year ago or a year and a half ago at all. Yeah. And now it's definitely here, and that feels like good timing to launch, but doesn't feel like we rushed anything. You know what I mean? I feel like we held off. Like, community was bugging us to launch maybe like 6 months ago. I'm glad we held off. We had a governance vote for it too. We had to really push for it. But luckily they accepted, and they basically said, yeah, let's hold off on the launch. And it feels like good timing. Excited for launch tomorrow. And yeah, let's keep going. We're just getting started.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, as people see this grow, the net asset value grow, the companies grow. I mean, in a year, you're seeing private robotics companies do 100+% on the valuations you guys purchased in on. I think that alone is pretty compelling. And as we see more of these strategies, I think, start charting in terms of returns, people are just going to naturally catch on. So it's a nice reinforcing go-to-market strategy here. With that being said, Mauricio, it's been a pleasure talking to you. This is really exciting. Directionally, it seems exactly like where we're expecting things to go. You guys are positioned well. You've been building in the space for a while. We always say time in the market is better than timing the market. And in this case, you've had the time in the market, and it seems like you're timing the market pretty good. So you've kind of checked both of those boxes off. Future vision, what you're looking forward to, roadmap, obviously big day tomorrow. That's like, I think what's on top of everybody's minds, probably at your team. So just getting that smoothed out and making sure that runs smooth is probably next steps for you guys. But can you walk us through roadmap, how people can get involved, what you're most excited for, and we'll kind of cap it off.
Yeah, I think obviously tomorrow is a big milestone for us. Excited to finally open it up to more people. There's only 1,800 holders until now, just because there was all these like public auctions that were selling out quite quickly. So we never it was never open, like tradable. You know what I mean? So open this up to more people. We'll obviously get more DAO members, more enthusiasts, more people contributing. We also have Deus Labs. So we have our first incubation, which will launch shortly after TGE. And this was something that we built out of necessity. So basically doing research for robotics companies, getting information about their latest rounds, doing due diligence on like what hardware they're using, if they're buying actuators from different manufacturers, except it's impossible. Basically, it's all fragmented. There's nowhere for like creators. I mean, there's Twitter, but there's nowhere for like people that are just focused on this niche to basically post the reports, post the research. So we're basically launching that an incubation called Robotico, which is, you can think of it as like a tech crunch with coin market cap just for robotics companies. So that's coming as well. Obviously, RCM will start to roll out, which is gonna bring auctions for specific robotics companies. And then just what I'm most excited about is like having this regulatory clarity to kind of tokenize everything. And then just us really focusing on capturing this niche of robotics, humanoid robotics, and watching this sector sort of grow into what we believe is going to be something crazy, insane, change everything. And kind of capture some of that value ourselves as well, right? Because it's, as of right now, there's too many power structures where these the companies are IPOing at $1 trillion valuations, and then it's just the VCs getting out on retail, and I don't know,
forced to buy them
not
into your 401ks.
exactly.
And yeah, I absolutely agree. One thing I want to touch on before we leave you here is you mentioned this incubation. Are you planning to do a lot more incubations and accelerations in companies going forward?
Yeah, so that's what Teus Labs is for. So we have a subbed out, like a working group just for managing that. And we do want to enable more builders in the space to kind of build things that are needed. It's still a small niche, if believe it or not. Like you could still meet like the greatest builders and stuff. You still see them at conferences. Like it's like early days Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So if you're interested in building, reach out to us. We're Robotica is just one incubation, but we're open to hearing more ideas and building more stuff to kind of open up this market.
Exciting conversations. We appreciate you coming on. Chill, I kind of hogged it, so maybe if you have anything last minute you want to get off your chest, now's your chance to do it.
No, I think you guys are building, something really great, and I think Dom said it best. Your time it's not always about timing the market, but time in the market. I think you guys have both. You've built up a great reputation for yourselves over the years within the industry, and now you're actually taking a step further with these companies and investing in them early. So I think you guys are in the right industry at the right time, and really excited for your TG tomorrow and just seeing how you guys build this thing out. So all hats off to you guys, and again, like Dom said, really enjoyed the interview today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the kind words. Really appreciate you guys having us on, and having us on to your platform. And like I said, I like the show. Keep it up. I love these streams. It's great.
Man, we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. Thanks for your time, Mauricio.
As this ecosystem grows out and you guys are doing more incubations, we'd love to have those guys on here too to talk about more in depth what they're building. So we'll love to cover the ecosystem, man. Thanks so much.
Amazing. Thanks a lot.
Good, man. Peace. All right. And that's the wrap on Robotics Day.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. We had I hope you guys enjoyed that chat. Mauricio was fire. You basically have exposure to the entire robotics sector through him. And that's not just, crypto side robotics. That's robotics in general. But then you also have the crypto side, right? The Codex of the world, the Strike robots of the world. And those are pretty juggernaut type projects as well. So, today's Robotics Day was fire. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. There's a lot of alpha there too. I know Mauricio gave us a little something there at the end. Crazy lineup. Yeah. Palmadici, absolutely crazy lineup.
Real quick, before we kind of recap on everything, let's just talk about Deus real quick, because I think what they're doing is really interesting, and I think people haven't really understood or gotten a good idea of what the fervor and not frothiness, maybe not the right word, but the fervor and excitement for this stuff. And again, what we mentioned briefly is the premiums that people are willing to pay to get access to these positions. And we're seeing RoboStrategy recently launched as well. And you can see their numbers, and TVL has been fantastic since they launched. And so, of course, this is kind of a decentralized version of RoboStrategy. Of course, it has its own little features to it. But look at this post that Mauricio wrote. He goes, RoboStrategy numbers as of today, right? So the NAV is $7.50, but the current price is $37.92. There's a 400+% premium to the net asset values. Okay, understand this. If there's $100 they have on their books, right? I have $100 in this position. People are trading this company at $400, right? Or $500, I think, which is 400% higher than the actual value that they have on the balance sheet. So people are willing to pay that much of a premium to have access to these companies. Okay, so you have to understand that's the type of vigor. Look at that, 5.6x multiple on now. That's the type of vigor people have for this robotic stuff and getting access to some of these deals and this deal flow. So again, it's a strong signal for Deuce. Nav exposure is only one part of the system. Of course, he explained everything else that they have. Makina is also having their governance, the capital formation infrastructure, RCM, which we covered, and an ecosystem designed to compound beyond passive asset exposure. The RCM protocol is an important next step. It turns Ex Machina from a DAO holding robotics exposure into a revenue generating capital market layer for robotics assets. TG tomorrow. Exciting stuff. I just felt like we had to cover that because there is a lot of excitement surrounding this kind of stuff. And, shout out Peak and shout out everyone who had on the show today because, they're doing a lot for robotics and we love those conversations, staying tapped into it. So you want to high level from Strike Robotics, Kodak to Makina or Deus, talk through maybe your thoughts on each one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Strike Robot is pretty solid. I believe they were partnered with VVV as well. They also have, a nice relationship there. It seems like with Virtuals, like there's obviously some sort of open communication there. And I like what they're going after. I think that was more so like the cognitive layer for robotics. So if there's something happening, robots can actually like take that input, understand what they need to do, and then output and actually do that. And that's all kind of the tech that they're building to facilitate that decision making. So I think Strike Robotics, Strike Robot is that's solid, and that's kind of the takeaway that I got from it.
The interesting thing, and not to interrupt you, Mauricio said, like the intelligence layer is so important now because that's kind of what's enabled a lot of this stuff. We had this conversation. It kind of loops back even to this first discussion we had with Strike Robotics, where they said, we're building this layer for robotics to identify issues, right? If you're in a factory and something catches on fire, they identify these issues and go and take care of them, right? Which is not something we've been able to do because of, just the intelligence level we've had. Now we have this artificial intelligence and the ability for these robots to collect data. People can contribute to data sets, and now robotics can actually solve unique solutions and issues. So that's kind of the Strike Robot selling point, is these robots will be able to have this layer where they can go in and actually fix stuff. He calls it it's an action planner, or it's the operating system and action planner SDK they have. So that is really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we had Kodak, and if you guys follow me, I've been talking about Kodak for a little while. But Kodak is another one. I think Sim Arena is sort of a big unlock for them. So when we talk about growth, inflection points, like this is kind of where that growth starts for them. Everything that they've been doing up until this point is more so building the underlying tech, the infrastructure, the relationships, and what have you. But now that Sim Arena is alive, like now we can get on to adoption of users, developers, startups, and kind of like how we were talking with Mauricio, like he understands that like this is the beginning of the wave of robotics. Like we're still very, very early to that niche, and so Kodak is so well positioned in that way, because literally anyone building in robotics, from someone like an enthusiast who this is more like a hobby for them, all the way up to someone who's like an expert, a founder of a startup, or a researcher that wants to build something, and everything in between. They're able to capture that entire user base. So I think that's where Kodak is uniquely positioned. And obviously we talked about other things, the potential ace round. I think that was a little alpha drop there. He said they're working on something with Pump Fund. So excited to see. Very surprised by Pump Fund. Side note, very nice. Kind of change in direction from them. Recently with ace rounds and pushing these different sides of things. So
I think that's one of the biggest takeaways as well from my end for Kodak. It was like, I mean, we've seen Kodak. They've been building for a while. Again, we talk about time in the market. They've been in the market here for a long time now. And he mentioned, other projects, competitors are raising at that $100 million+ valuation, 50, 60, 70, 80 plus $1 million in these seed valuations. And he said, look, we're interested in exploring the ace round. Like we plan to continue to build this out, and then in a couple months go and raise at these higher valuations. So right there, he pretty much directly said, look, these are what competitors are raising at. We're interested in the ace round. We like what they're doing. And we're working further with Pump Fund, which reinforces that ace round direction they're headed. Again, which is a token to equity conversion. And so again, it'll be cool to see what he reveals on this thing that they're working with for Pump Fun. What could that be, Jill? Right? What could a robotics launch pad of sorts paired against Kodak, maybe? Okay, either way, it seems like if they're working closely together, there will be some Pump Fun direct endorsement, which is like, of course, you can't
Yep.
guarantee there's going to be a direct endorsement from Pump Fun, but if Pump Fun is in a joint venture with Kodak, I mean, Kodak's at 5 million. Its exposure to a pump ecosystem, which is trading at $1.5 billion, of course, which I still think is undervalued based on their revenues, right? And the price to earnings that Pump Fun has. But that's really interesting. They're working further outside of just the ACE round that they're talking to, outside that $250,000 hackathon that Pump Fun, that they won from Pump Fun. They're also working on something else inside the Kodak tech stack.
Yeah.
Which any idea what that could be?
I mean, the tech stack, redacted aspect of the roadmap. I mean, that could be related to the Pump Fun, the Pump Fun product or whatever it is that they're working on together. So I don't really know where. Yeah, I don't know what they're working on together. But here's one thing that I'm very, very, very very assured of. Pump Fun is opportunistic. They see an opportunity, they're gonna go after it. You know what I mean? Like, and they're gonna find, like, for example, they see FOMO having some success with that, so they're all right, cool. We're gonna go multi-chain, frictionless as well. There's opportunity there for us. We're gonna go after it. Going back to their early days, kind of building their own decks and stuff like that. Like all these other, they're very opportunistic, and so if they see something, there's an opportunity there, they're going to align themselves. And I think, that's probably another reason why they were so interested in Kodak in the first place, why Kodak won the Pump Fun hackathon. But that goes a part of the whole thesis. I had the thesis when they entered the hackathon, weeks prior to them winning. I literally said, look, this is a clear robotics leader on Solana. If they win and they get access to these resources, that's going to push them miles. Yeah. Then the ACE round stuff starts coming out. And to be honest, this might even be a clip for Friv here, so I'll take a note of this one. But I think the pathway for tokenized startups is now beginning to show itself. You have launching a token, kind of crowdsourcing that funding, whether you're funding through fees or what have you. And then you now have this ability to now go from token to equity through these ACE rounds. And so now you have the full pathway from fair launch to tokenizing that startup, to fundraising, to then going to an ACE round, raising for equity, then raising at higher valuations. And then now you can go on, and that is the pathway to connecting what we have here in crypto, what we've innovated on, to the traditional world, and equity, and how that's been around for hundreds of years. We're now connecting the two, because there's always been this talk of, is it one or the other? And the reality is it's a merging of both, right? A combination of both that would really work well. And that's one aspect of it. So I really like what's being done here. And I think that's going to set a trend for a much larger, shift for these utility tokens.
And that's the interesting thing here. You go from having like this bootstrap distribution that a community can offer, and the funding that comes from it, to, okay, now you can actually have ownership in the development of this product. You were here for the early funding. We got this bootstrap distribution, and now you can actually convert to equity, or you have some form of equity, whether it's on chain through SPVs like Street, or you have the conversion like through ACE. Now you go from, okay, we can really bootstrap this distribution. We can really get an early initial group of people that are going to make this product. Also, we get funding, and now we can reward them again. So it is like that loop that we're seeing come into play. Super interesting stuff. I don't know what they could be building here, but
yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I wish I could even speculate on it. I just don't know. I don't know what it is.
Here, let's speculate a little bit, because like Sim Arena, I don't know what that little logo is, but we know what Sim Arena is. If you look at this, that looks like a rocket ship right here.
Launch. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's like the Pump Fun for robotics type of move. Like maybe they're offering something to, I don't know, some specific offering for startups or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, because that is a rocket though.
That is a rocket, and each of these seems to be connected, right? The fabric, like that's clearly, like fabric interwoven stuff. This OPTR is clearly like a little chip right here, right? The runtime. This is a rocket chip. This is a rocket chip, and it's redacted. They're working with Pump Fund. Pump Fund is a launch pad. Robotics is huge and growing. Maybe Kodak is an incubator accelerator, and they kind of pair that with a launch pad, and they do a virtual style launch pad through Kodak.
I was just about to say that.
I wonder
Virtual
if
style.
okay, this is alpha. This maybe needs to be clipped up because this might be alpha. So if Kodak and Pump Fund are working together to do an incubator accelerator for robotics, I don't think Pump Fund would want to allow Kodak to be a virtual style launch pad, because wouldn't that be cannibalizing their own launch pad in a way where it's like, okay, now our robotics launches aren't going to go through us. They're going to actually go through Kodak. And they wouldn't want that. So I would think maybe this is more incubator accelerator. And then these incubated projects will go through Pump Fund. Somehow economics are going to flow back to Kodak. That's how I would imagine what I imagine this to be. And we can check when this releases in a month or two from now if we're correct or spot on. But that's my read on it right now. On May
And we got all
26th.
that from a picture. Oh
Yeah,
my
right.
gosh.
Picture,
We're out here
partnership.
detectives to the max.
Yeah, no, I think we got something good there. Lastly, let's get your take here on Ex Machina.
Oh yeah, Ex Machina. I mean, look, kind of similar thing to Kodak in terms of their positioning, right? Like, overall in the stream of time, we're very early when it comes to robotics. But when you think of robotics, Kodak is more so the tech side of it. Whereas Ex Machina is more so, I don't want to say an incubator, but basically they're an index. They're exposure to an entire narrative, right? And like you can get exposure either through their main token or through the different markets that they create. And I think it's Machina. Yeah, appreciate you, Paula. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I'm really like just slaughtering names at this point, so I apologize.
I've been saying stuff, man. I'm like, I know I said it wrong a million times, and now I'm in my own head, and I just cannot get it. So he was probably every time I said something, Mauricio was probably just like, dude, this guy's an idiot. But you guys get it. You guys get the idea.
But yeah, I think that's really my biggest takeaway there. And I like the fact that they're doing it with these SPVs, right? Like they're tokenizing the SPVs. And it's all going through in a decentralized fashion, right? Through the DAO, community makes decisions. I love it. It's core to the crypto ethos, but then it also like provides this broad-based exposure to so many other things that could come out of robotics. So whereas Kodak is kind of helping people to build things and reducing that friction for people. Bro, I sent how to pronounce 1 minute into stream. My bad,
dude. I know, bro. It's just
my bad. Top fumbler. Appreciate you though. That's you're a real one for trying to help us out a minute in. Like you're a real one for that. And we still can get it.
No, Machina.
It's just Ex Machina.
I would like to assume this is a Spanish. I think Mauricio was probably Hispanic, and this is like a Spanish. More a Spanish project, not a Spanish project, but the name.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, of course, as an American, just gonna butcher it as you can expect. Machina. Deuce means God. Machina means machine. Machina. Oh, it's Latin. All right, whatever. It's just not. Forget about it.
Yeah,
you guys got the idea, man.
You guys get the idea. Yeah, honestly, I really enjoyed that one. I can't wait to see what types of here's the interesting part for me. If this is the early stage in robotics, right? Like, and we can look back at other things. We can look back at social media. We can look back at AI. We can look back at internet companies back in early to or in the 90s. Like things are going to come out of the robotics sector, and their goal is to capture. Like you said, the next Amazon, the next Google that comes out of robotics. I think on one end, Kodak is a name worth throwing in there, right? But like I think from an opportunity standpoint, they're also working on just providing an environment where some of these types of companies can thrive while giving us the ability to get exposure. So I'm really interested to see like what types of what types of like projects and companies come out of them. And I definitely want to kind of, keep up with them, cover their ecosystem, see what they're working on, because there could be potentially, some sweet opportunities there for us.
Love it. All right, boys, we're going to jump over to the market analysis section. Feel free to send whatever you want. We'll check it out. I'm going to cover a few things, Jill. I'll jump off and let you kind of take it from there. But yeah, you've been seeing what's going on with base. Man, base is kind of getting hit pretty hard right now.
Yeah, I was actually going to write a post about base today. I don't think base is over. I think if anything, it's the opposite. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. But you're going to see the classic stuff, right? You're going to see the people come out and FUD heavy. You're going to see there's going to be some sort of like, doubt that's instilled or fear that's instilled or pushed by the timeline. But our job as traders is to not pay attention to what everyone else is saying, but do the research, figure out if this is something you can actually sit in that's worth sitting in, and then just go from there. And I think the charts will kind of guide us as well as we make this thesis. But I'll let you start. And then I'll finish up.
So I think this is kind of what started the cascading effect on base here. Is I'm not sure if it was this post from CloverX or there was a separate post and he just chose to comment on it. But GitLab, of course, was leading this base run, and I'll pull up for you guys. Of course, this was like the GitHub for AI agents, and they actually had a really good user base. People were like actually grinding on this, using it quite a bit. And so if this is retarded FUD, this might be a really good entry. Okay, frankly speaking, because they do have really good user base, strong demand, like people are using it, and it's kind of blue ocean technology, right? How big could this get if you have agents contributing to open source like agentic protocols? A decentralized code collaboration platform, GitHub, where AI agents are the first class citizens, no central authority, cryptographic identity agents, and humans are as equals, right? Whatever.
Question.
This was all the way up. Yo.
Was this like launched by the team, or was this like a launch that was like, bag style where it's like, claim fee and stuff like that?
It's a good question. I don't know.
I want to say like that was sort of, because I also kind of saw some of the FUD on GitLab, and I think my feedback was, okay, like what's the token for? Like, was it really launched by them? The type of thing. But yeah, I'll look into that while you finish.
Okay, I'm just gonna read. I have like done pretty little research. I just know like GitLab kind of effect and cascade has caused the entire base ecosystem to kind of dip, which again may give us some really good opportunities. I think Jill will probably get into that. But this is the summary here from Clover, and I'm gonna read it. I haven't even looked at it yet. But here's concerns. Previous rugs may be normal, yeah, but not willing to keep promises of previous projects, lose credibility.
Oof.
I agree. You lose credibility if you've rugged over and over and over again. You lose credibility. Now, I will also say, like, companies fail, right? So if you launch a token to represent a company and the company doesn't work out, I mean that's the nature of the game. What 90% of companies fail, or whatever the number is. Statistic is high, so it's going to happen. If you launch 4 projects and 3 of them fail, part of that's of course like it shows that you can't really keep commitment to something. And yeah, but if you lose funding and there's no product market fit, sometimes you just gotta scrap it. Sucks, but that's the truth. So I think the whole rug notion is like, on one hand, yes, we need to be like, if someone's rugged and they're coming on and relaunching another project, like, yeah, they should be criticized, but you have to kind of go into each individual specific, set of this and be like, why did this fail? They ran out of funding. There was no product market fit. Okay, it failed as a company. It is what it is. If they rugged and just dipped out of here, that's a whole different story. I would not ever trust them again. But if it's a situation of, hey, I launched 2-3 other companies, it just didn't work out. I tried my best. I expounded my resources on it and it's failed. Okay, that's the nature of the game. If you launch a token and dipped after 2 days after making a bunch of fees, okay, well now we got an issue. Ziamio token, whatever. Free.
Xiaomi.
How long can this be free? No long-term sustainability. I don't even know what's going on with that. Hype built in. Leak code of Anthropic AI for attention and volume of token. Infringement for IP for profit purposes. Legal risk. Okay, so there's legal risk. No value input of your own code or innovation of project, platform, or DeFi GitHub. Sure, how strong is that moat? I think it's a strong moat. I just don't, if they have the users, that's kind of the thing there. Tweeting new tokens on timeline and pushing it as newbie mistake, bro. You launched more than 3 tokens already previously. Thanks for your attention. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's that. Honestly, like there's a lot there that I'm like, okay, whoa. That's yeah, you launch other tokens, yeah. And you rug them. Sorry. Like there's nothing. I know, on Solana, it's like, oh, cool. Like we can launch so many tokens and like I can launch this one and rug it and it be no problem. For me, that's a problem. Like I will always stand on that. It's one thing to fail. Yes, a lot of things fail. But just to walk away from something and kind of leave your community holding the bag. You do that once, you're on a list, and I will never trust you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through Repo as well, Crypto Jones. There's a couple of these charts that I wanted to point out.
We do have Aeon coming on next week, which will be an interesting conversation because they have a ton of users, and this is a framework that has a ton of adoption. And so, like, I can really see a selling point being, hey, look, you can invest in Hermes, right? But maybe the beta is Hermes OS, or you can invest in what was it? Claw, whatever it was. Some of these big open source frameworks, like you can't actually get investments in it, but they're growing big. They're getting forked. They're getting lots of stars on GitHub. Aeon now, since the beginning, has grown to be a top framework, open source framework, and they actually have a token tied to it, right? There's no like beta. So it is like Aeon is the beta, but it's also, I guess, the core token. So that's like an interesting conversation, nonetheless. Launching a token shouldn't be the first step in creating a company. I do agree with that too, right? Have some preconceived thought in this, and when everything's good to go, then you launch a token when it makes sense. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but do you want to go through the base ecosystem then real quick and see what you're looking at, Chill?
Yeah. Let's let me share my screen here and let's go through some charts. Bam. Deck screener. Bam.
I'll let you rock this out. I'm gonna be in the waiting room, but probably pop in here and there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, guys. So real quick, actually, before I start like going through all these charts here, let me see. Grok said Banker itself posed to get lots of was deployed via Banker on base. And let's see. So the GitLab token, the community is the one who deployed the token. Yes. All right, confirmed. So GitLab, that token that we were that Don was talking about, someone else posted for BankerBot to launch the GitLab token. I mean, the team is actively building out this, this whole this whole piece of technology, but they're not associated with the token, right? Like the community launched it, and like, it was more of like a claim your fee bros type of situation. So yeah, I just want to make sure that that's clear, because that's also something else that's been popping up as of late, is this whole thing around like claim your fees. In fact, we saw we saw a builder, I forget, but there was a pretty big project on base that everyone was pushing as the next, as the future of finance. Oh man, I saw Miyamoto posted about it, but basically, I think it was called Ship or something. But anyway, it was like going up and up and up, and then went minus 90%, like 2 or 3 days after launching. And the developer came out and he said, "Hey, I'm requesting that Pump Fund and Banker stop allowing people to launch tokens for people. It's not good. It's not a good look. It's an adverse effect for builders." So honestly, I agree. I don't like the fact that someone can just kind of like come in, launch a token. Who knows? They buy it on multiple wallets, bundle it, whatever they do, and then they dip. Like, I don't really like that. I don't really like that. You're kind of, this is a way that it used to be devs rug the community, but now it's like the community can rug the dev. I don't think that's fair. I don't really like that setup. Unless there's some safeguards, some guardrails there that we can start to build up. But okay, so first in the base ecosystem. So real quick, here's how the rest of the show is going to go. I'll go through base. I'll go through some things that I'm looking at, some things on the radar. Then we'll switch to Solana. And then last thing I'll cover majors and some of the things that I'm looking at on that side. So let's start with base. First project is Repo. Repo's looking good. I mean, look, we had this range on Repo, right? And this is probably a better way of drawing this out. But we had basically like this range on Repo. And so let me just do this. Let's delete that. We can keep that for support. And then let me just make this one so this kind of gray box here is the range that Repo was in. Basically since the beginning of February. It's been in this range, finally peaks out above the range right here. And then now it's coming back to retest it. And so now we're retesting the top of a multi-month range. I think it's a great place if you're not in Repo, but you're excited about the technology, about what they're building. You had FOMO up here when the price was reaching local highs. If that was you, this is probably a nice entry here. So I love Repo, love what they're doing, love what they're building there. That's probably going to be another leader on in AI on base. Another one that I'm looking at, we covered this last week as well, so we don't really need to go in like too much into detail. We've had them on the show. We went into the thesis last week on Friday, but Litcoin actually looks really nice, and it's hitting our buy zone again. Pivot entry, final, last sell candle, last red candle before price discovery, before an explosive move. Here it is, and we're now sitting right back into that zone. So this zone is actually looking pretty good, and perfect place to lay in some buys on Litcoin. So looking good there. Let's see, Hermes OS. I'm kind of less bullish on Hermes OS at this stage. I don't know. The chart looks the swings on the chart look a little insane to me. But I'm gonna still keep it on the watch list at the very least. It is at a nice little support level here. But I would need to see a little bit more on the metric side. So, and I honestly I need to do a little bit more digging on Hermes OS. Like I know what they are, but I think I want to know like what are they shooting for? Like what are the metrics so far, etc. But I'll keep watching that. But Litcoin probably right now, Litcoin and Repo probably right now are the two that I really like. We see LFI. We went through this as well. This is the lean protocol, right? Where RWA, this is like an RWA protocol here, but we call this buy zone now. We've had this buy zone like charted out for quite some time. And this is one that like we literally had to wait for this one, but got the pivot entry on this here. As you can see, last red candle before the parabolic move. Nice DCA one here, if anything, but I think this is probably the most dip that we get. I doubt we get any lower than this. They have a really good community. We talked about last week. We went into like the founder. He has like 15 years of experience in property and liens and real estate. So like he has a broad knowledge of this space, and they're already rolling out some of these products already. So this isn't like something that's in idea phase. This is already like being rolled out to a select number of users. So this one looks really good here. I also wanted to call out Banker. We talked a little bit about Banker a few weeks ago, and I said, hey, look, this it's really tough. It hasn't broke below it hasn't been able to break below this $30 million level here. And it looks kind of tough on a chart, right? Like the price action, like I can't really like figure out how to chart it as much. But one thing that we can do here is just say, you guys know me. I try to keep things simple. I like to stick to two things: ranges, support, resistance. As really, it looks like Crypto Jones looks like Banker wants to go lower. Really? You think so? Like, look at this though. All right, so we have this discovery. Everyone's like, I love Banker. It's the future of finance, and it aggressively sells off. It just kind of bleeds for weeks and weeks and weeks. Then it starts to accumulate for weeks and weeks and weeks. I think this accumulation zone started in April. So basically like almost 2 months of accumulation, and then bang, it starts to pop up. So in my opinion, Crypto Jones, actually, Banker looks like it wants to go higher, in my opinion. Maybe we revisit this like support level here, right? Like maybe this one, but I think it plays out something. I think it plays out something like this. Boom, right? And we yeah, like I think it plays out something like that, you know. I think that's how, and I'm gonna keep that price action up, Crypto Jones. I'm gonna just see, but I think this is the thesis on Banker, in my opinion. I think Banker is a very key piece of infrastructure for AI agents on base. I think it kind of went under the radar with the success of Venice, but now that Venice is, it's made its move. People are looking for, okay, like what's another play I can get into? What's another key piece of infrastructure? I think a lot of people use Banker from a metric standpoint. There's launches. Yes, that as well. Top fumbler, Banker generating stupid amounts of fees. And then even if we were to like, I wonder what the fib entry is on this. I'm not 886, 886 on the fib, like absolute key level there. But yeah, I mean, I'm just operating straight off the ranges here. Where we made we bled, we made a low, we retested the low, we ranged for a while. Now we're peaking out above the range and holding it. Along with the tailwind of really good metrics, I think this rockets, man. In my opinion, this move looks like the last one. This move looks like the last one in February, but much smaller, probably due to market conditions. Okay, like this, it looks like this one here, like a peak above the range, a retest, boom, it rallies up and then sells off. Okay, maybe, possibly, potentially. But I think the thesis around Banker has changed considerably, over the years, and I think honestly the longevity of that thesis is a lot better than what it used to be, in my opinion. So I think this actually holds. But let's see, Crypto Jones. But gun to my head, this goes to new all-time highs, in my opinion. That's Banker. There's some other ones. Obviously, like Serve has just been like making like new all-time high. Yeah, great project for sure. Yeah, great project for sure. 100%. 100%. But I see what you're saying. Crypto Jones. Serve though, all new all-time high after new all-time high. We'll see at what point this cools off, but right now, looks like straight solid. I mean, the thesis around AI agents, they're working with the government in UAE. They're doing so many great things there in Serve, and I think from a tokenomics standpoint, and even from I know their ecosystem isn't like hot and popping exactly, but there are like one or two projects that have popped off on Solana. I think Squire, I believe, is one of the projects in the Serve ecosystem that has done really well. But I think the thesis around AI agents, but operating agents at scale, for governments, for companies, for enterprises, I think that's a really important thesis, and I think that's going to be playing out. And I think Serve is literally the play, on that. So the play that can kind of give you exposure to that thesis. What else we got? Looks like Juno is holding some decent levels here. Let's see. I had like a whole ton of like stuff drawn up on Juno. Let's actually just erase that. Let's go back to price. I would say the same thing for Juno is the same thing for that I said for Banker applies to Juno, in my opinion. I mean, basically you have these prices up here that we haven't really gotten above since March of this year. Same thing though, like it's kind of bled off, it's formed this base here, and now it's popping back up again. Not really sure like what the thesis is around Juno now. Like obviously it's still zero human companies, right? But the market almost wasn't bullish on that, obviously, way back when, and a lot of people pivoted away. I think that, I think the thesis is like, one that's really important. I think it's one that can like introduce like crazy, crazy good innovation to the space, like zero human companies allowing agents to kind of autonomously generate revenue and things of that nature. I think it's a really excited narrative. I just never understood why it sold off. And now Juno is kind of like coming back, it seems. And I wonder haven't looked into Juno as of late, but I know it is one of the more it is one of the more exciting zero human companies because it's literally the underlying technology for that. But here's a great write up, write up that I saw on Juno. Juno is currently repricing and waiting for final value discovery reasons. This is an emerging AI crypto concept. Zero human companies, agents earn money by themselves. Anyone can go to the platform and create their own AI company. The agent will automatically operate it and earn money. It has money, monthly cumulative revenue of about $10,000. Total treasury just shy of 130K. Revenue mainly comes from memberships and sponsored challenges. The project system is running stably and well. 215 members, 42 online. The core flywheel logic of Juno can be understood as follows. They basically manufacture zero human companies. They're responsible for, the initial strategic setting. And then everything is operated autonomously afterward. The agents act as real employees. They sell products, services, they execute tasks, generate revenue. The money earned does not sit idle. The AI company intelligently manages the fund. So they seek returns through diversified assets, compounding interest. All transaction fees generated by the platform goes back to Juno in the form of buybacks, fees, incentives, liquidity, etc. So basically, it's like a zero human company. It's a pump fund for zero human companies, and like a lot of the revenue goes back into the Juno token. I guess this is the loop that they said. More people use Juno to create agents. More revenue is generated, more automatic investment, and that value flows back stronger into the Juno eco, and that attracts more people to create agents. So that's the thesis behind it, but I'm not really sure I'm not sure if I'm a buyer of Juno right here, right now. I think I got to see a little bit more from a metrics revenue generating standpoint. Plus, we're at all time highs, or not all time. Actually, yeah, we're coming up on all time highs. So I'm more of a buyer of support than resistance, right? So that's what we're looking at there. What else? Instaclaw looks good. Probably one that you just buy and just hold and wait. They during the interview for Instaclaw, I wonder what the pullback was on this, by the way. Let's see. I'm just curious to see what levels are being tested. Okay, like the 886. The 886 was kind of like tested there. Okay. But anywho, Instaclaw, I know they had a lot of they have a deeper relationship with WorldCoin. He on his interview on MCG, basically Cooper said, he said the goal is every human has an agent, and they're working alongside WorldCoin to kind of bring that to reality. And so I guess you see a pump on WorldCoin. I believe WorldCoin is up 15% today. Yeah, I mean, let me actually show you guys the WorldCoin chart real quick. But here's the WorldCoin chart. I'll remove all my charting here, but yeah, we're up off the bottom. We were up like almost 100%, and so we see yet another major popping off, and I think just with the association that Instaclaw has, there's that move off the bottom. And I believe they had some news that they came out with recently as well, that kind of acted as a bit of a tailwind for them. So those are the charts on base. Also, I see that Nook is in our buy zone as well. So I'm gonna wait for Nook to kind of form a bottom here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for Nook to form a little bit of a bottom, see where it settles out. I don't think this goes like this, right? Like I think Nook is gonna, kind of dance around a little bit. It might even breach below the buy zone before going back up. I think there's gonna be some chop involved. So we'll see how that plays out. But I think those are the charts that I'm really paying attention to on base. Litcoin being primary, repo being primary, keeping an eye on Nook, Banker, kind of the primary big cap, and then for the low cap, not low cap, I mean 700K is not that low, but 700K is like kind of like that micro cap that worth watching there on Instaclaw. All right, so that is base. Real quick, let me just check my alpha folder, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything with you guys. Looking. No. I think the only other thing to monitor, I mean, I think it was 2 weeks ago we were talking about rail. We're talking about rail on ETH, and the thing is, looks like it's headed for new local highs at the very least. But Railgun looks pretty good. And I think Dom also talked about this as well. So we don't need to go into the thesis, but they're working heavily with the Solana Foundation. I mean the Ethereum Foundation. So really like that there. So that's kind of the EVM side. Let's go to Solana and let's see what we got. We've had some insane rallies, right? Like, and a lot of things are pulling back, mind you. A lot of things are pulling back, but we've had some insane rallies here over the last week or two on chain. And so it's not surprising to see some of these things pull back. I think on Solana, I'm really prioritizing Clued here. Clued looks really solid. It looks like it's breaking that wedge pattern though. So maybe we go for lower at some point. But I think under it, 2 mil and below, I think we're chilling. Like, this is price action short term will be what it'll be. But I dare say we are at a point where we can actually start holding with conviction. I know for a very, very long time, it's like projects come up and then they just die, even if it's a utility. Even if it has solid fundamentals, like it didn't matter what, like the market just did not price these things the way that it should. But I think now is a time where you can just kind of accumulate some of these tokens and kind of be confident that you can have a return, in whether it is a few weeks, a few months, or what have you. But I don't see Clued dying and going to zero or trending to zero and bleeding off into oblivion. I don't see that happening anymore, even on Solana. And I know it happens more often on Solana than anything else. But yeah, Clued looks really good. Opal is another one that I'm prioritizing on Solana. And I'll erase this. Boom, boom. But yeah, I mean, we talked about Opal down here when it retested the top of that range there, or that key level. We turned resistance into support there, and bang, we've just been up only ever since. And now we're into price discovery. So Opal is looking good, and we have them coming on this week as well. So I can't wait to get that interview done. But man, like what a strong chart. I think these ace rounds allow people to kind of hold with more conviction, because that question of why should I hold the token has been answered. And obviously the market just shows that it's valued, the ace round announcement. So I'm going to continue to kind of go along with the fact that I think the market is looking or speculating around ace rounds. Right. So we'll continue to do that there. I will continue to watch Opal. I think another sleeper as well. We talked about Kodak today. Same kind of thing as Opal. Broke out. We retested a key level, and then now we're actually looking like we're going to be exploring local highs. And I think this probably like trends to new all-time high, in my opinion, based on our takeaways from their interview today. So there's that. Kodak. Another sleeper that I've been, I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to, TCG. On Friday, we talked about their ACE announcement, but I think TCG actually does really well. Chart has been looking good here. I mean, look at this. We got a low, got a higher low, got an equal low, but then we got a higher, and it's just been this like trend upwards, right? On TCG that I really, really enjoy. And then obviously you have stuff like cards that will do really well. Now, if if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that that Cards has invested in TCG. I don't don't take my word for it, but that needs to be confirmed. But I know they were invested in some project, and I believe TCG was that project. But either way, it's obviously been showing a lot of strength ever since the Cards meta is coming back. I think we're probably just getting started with that Cards meta as well. So not only is Cards going to do good, but I think TCG will do pretty good alongside it. So that's another one that I'm watching. Let's see. Another one that I'm keeping up with is let's take Perch off real quick, and then let's look at this project here, X Hermes. It's one that the pullback on this was pretty nasty. But I don't really see a reason for the pullback outside of just profit takers, people kind of trading the chart. But yeah, I mean, look, nice little pullback here into a key zone. Let's actually map this out real quick. Let's actually map this out and see. Yeah, 0.786. I mean, I would more so map it out from here. But yeah, 0.786 confluent with support, nice little pullback. Now, again, these are micro caps. I hate really doing too much TA on I hate doing too much TA on these smaller tokens. So support and resistance is good enough. Bang, we're right at support on a nice little project. I'll share the thesis with you guys. So from a technical standpoint, from a TA standpoint, we're at support. Could this go higher? If it can, what's the reasoning? Here's the lowdown on exactly what Hermes bot is. So let's look into this. Hermes bot, the agent that lives in the box, announced research built Hermes as a full autonomous agent, not a chatbot with a few tool calls bolted on, but an actual agent, persistent memory, scheduled jobs, browser code execution, file access, 82 skills across 18 different categories. The kind of infrastructure most people would have to self-host and maintain indefinitely. Hermes agent does one thing, provisions one of those agents for you and keeps it running. You get a dedicated container, a branded dashboard, and an agent that remembers context across every session. You never touch the infrastructure. You configure the agent, set its personality, pick the model, and let it work. 2 ways in. Access is gated by one of two things. The first is an X Premium account. The second is the official token. Hold 5 million in connected wallet. Sign once on the dashboard, and the token acts as your key. No premium needed. Both paths land on the same dashboard. The Solana Gate is the more interesting one. When a platform ties service access directly to an on-chain token, the tooling and speculation becomes the same asset. Early utility drives demand. Demand supports price. Price gates the next wave of users. That loop is intentional. Here's what the agent can actually do. 82 skill stat covers serious ground. Browser navigation, live code execution, file management, long-term memory, scheduled jobs, full X API access. So it can run research, draft and post on a timer, monitor feeds, and respond all without manual triggering. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, seems like a really nice nice little project there. In fact, let me see. There was, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Chijaka was on this in the comment section on this. I believe he actually had a post about this. Cheapest coin on the market, he says. Let's see. Yeah. X Hermes is building the user-friendly gateway to autonomous agents, the same way ChatGPT built the user-friendly gateway to large language models. So, that's the thesis there around X Hermes. So, we can see. I'll keep a track of it. We'll see how it does. We'll see how that works. Crypto Jones says, Three piercings of support. We need to see a floor build. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We need to see. Um, I mean, you have like kind of one test here. You have another test forming right now. So yeah, I mean, maybe we get a third tap of support. Somewhere along the line before we see continuation. But I think there's thesis, there's excitement. Let's see exactly how this plays out. But we covered a lot of the kind of on-chain soul tokens on Friday. Not much to update. Since a lot of things are either at the same place, like Pay AI, for example, is literally in the same spot. Uh, TCG is up marginally. Clued is basically in the same spot, and Opal is the only thing that's really performing like that. So not much to cover there on that side. Crypto Jones, you said earlier that MetaDAO tokens were doing really well. Let's check out the eco. Yeah, it looks like Umbra is catching a little bit of a bid off the bottom. Let's go ahead and delete Orgo. Tough. Oh yeah, look at Avicii, huh? Look at Avicii, and I love. Let's see. Yeah, not really like much like charting to do on this one. It's literally just starting like from bottom prices. Yeah, like there's not really much charting you can do on this one, but um I know that Avicii, they've honestly like they've continued. Nook growth has been pretty impressive. Yeah, it definitely has. Nook definitely is one that we're watching on base. Um, but yeah, I mean, going back to Avicii, I think they have continued to come out with impressive numbers. Retention, card spend. They're now expanding. I think they allowed like stocks on your account as well. So there's a lot that they just continue to work. I remember talking a little bit about we see CPT popping up there. We see CPT popping up, looking good with their. We covered their news around entering the U.S. defense sector, and we kind of drew this out on Friday on MetaDAO. It's kind of peeking out of this, but basically I said like underneath this white line here, that's a really great place. I think MetaDAO has truly unlocked the on-chain um, ownership. I think for me, they've really solved that, the on-chain like ownership. I think, you know, Ace Round is different because that is connected with equity, right? But if you want to keep everything on chain, but you still want ownership, you want community, you want the token to accrue value, then you go the MetaDAO route. And I think the sell-off on MetaDAO was wildly exaggerated. Yeah, so I think it's just a matter of time before they start popping off again. Obviously, we have to talk about things like pipeline launches that they have planned, because launches mean revenue, etc. And we need excitement to come back to their ecosystem again, for them to start generating that volume that they need to see a spike in revenue. But obviously, um, from a price standpoint, we see this reclaiming a key level. So I really like the way this is. Um, I really like the way this is going here. All right. And by the way, Crypto Jones, I did want to say this. You mentioned earlier, how long does the trading card meta last? I'll say this all the time, and I stand on this. Price drives narratives. Price goes first, and then people attach the narrative to that price. Because look, there's so many things that there was a narrative around, but just price never really gave it the time of day. But as soon, like for example, the cards meta, obviously there was the market was active, so people saw an opportunity, so they bought cards early and held. um but price will always drive narrative, because cards, it took the cards chart going up only for now some of these other things to catch a bid, like a TCG. And it took for that to happen for people to start writing thesis about the TCG meta, and it being the future of finance and stuff like that. It always starts with price. price will go first, and then people will kind of like find a narrative to justify why price is going that way, and then it becomes this kind of never ending loop of its own, right? So, but I say all of that to say, I think just the chart is truth. I've always said that with you guys. So as long as you stick to the chart, cards chart looks bullish, cool. When like more than likely that narrative will rear its head at some point, and the chart will let you know whenever that narrative is over. All right, so that's that. We see some, we even see Solo kind of popping out, but Solo's still been in this range that it's been in for quite some time. So, we'll see, but some marginal pumps, I guess you can say, on the MetaDAO eco. Outside of that, there was, let's see. Just looking for anything else. That could be happening. Honestly, I think meme coins are starting to die out a little bit. I think there's been a lot of fervor, like Don was saying, around stuff like ace rounds, utility. We see that catching a bid as of late. I think there's still going to be things that do well, right? Like I think there's still going to be some select runners, like for example 6-7 here has continued to hold above this previous range. I think it's done accumulating and will likely continue to go higher. So that's what I told you guys. That's one of the top ones that I was watching. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that there's not as much excitement around memes. And while there might be a few runners, I think I'm more comfortable bidding utility here more than anything. What about you guys? Are you guys liking more memes, more utility? Let me know what you guys are buying. But that's pretty much it on chain. The only other thing that I'd like to cover here as well, feels like such a gamble. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Crypto Jones, everything is a gamble. How many times has, base pumped? How many times has utility pumped? And it's just been like a huge, massive fake out, right? Like, we've seen the banker tokens back from earlier this year. They pumped. And then when, you came in and tried to buy them on a dip, they still went to zero. That happened when you went to, or not zero, but they still bled into oblivion. I mean, look at Juno, that bled. Look at Robot Money, that bled. I mean, now they're catching bids again, right? Like now people are buying them again. But like I say that to say it's all about who's buying and selling. I think there's a ton of people on chain that will buy and sell memes. And that will lead to some memes still selling off, some memes still trending towards zero. But I think there's going to be enough buyers for both utility and meme coins, and I think either one is a gamble. And I don't think that memes are more of a gamble than another if you have the right filters. Same thing with utility, right? Like instead of buying these new pairs on base, go for established tokens, right? And I think it's the same thing. Like you're saying, it's a gamble to buy a dime meme coin. It's that is the same gamble that people take on buying a new pair. New pairs on utility launches for in the AI sector on base. So sent some interesting tweets to cover. Yeah, I covered some of these. I covered some of these railgun tweets already. I'll cover the Nook one here, and then I'll cover the WorldCoin one on the segment, the macro segment. All right, so let's check in. Let's check in with a few things. All right, so we touched on those things there. We talked about price driving narrative, right? Like take a look at this. Solana dApps generated over 14 million in revenue this past week, continuing to dominate on-chain activity across crypto. Pump.fund, that's not their ticker anymore. Hold on, real quick. What's their Pump Fund? Oh, it's not Pump.fund, it's Pump Fund. Okay, I thought they changed their name or something. Okay. All right, so Solana dApps generated over 14 million in revenue this past week, continuing to dominate on-chain activity across crypto. Pump Fund led the charts, while Collector Crypt has surged to become Solana's second highest revenue generating dApp. Wow, that's pretty insane. That's actually very telling, right? In terms of the likelihood that this narrative around cards will continue. I mean, look at this. The cards chart. Yeah, Crypto Jones. It's crazy that Collector Crypt is right behind Pump Fund, but it's not nearly. It's still has a ways to go to be valued as high as Pump Fund. So actually, really good. Really great price action here. Obviously, we went from a chart that was basically going down, going sideways, and now we've begun the trending upward, right? And I think that's really, it's as simple as that. Markets can go only in three different directions. They can either go up, down, or sideways. And so right now we've went down, we've went sideways already. We've gone through this like sort of 6-month accumulation period here, and then boom, now it's time to break out. And honestly, I would even say that this was a let me delete some of my charting here. Let's see. I just want to see. I want to see something. Boom. Boom. Wow. Look at that. I wanted to chart that out because we're seeing a lot of this happening on chain where um there's this long accumulation period, and not even on chain, it's happening on majors as well. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Crypto Jones. This is definitely underpriced. But you see here that we're going from accumulation. Here's this range that we've accumulated in for let's call it 6 months or however long. And now we've broken out above the range, and just like Opal did, we retested the top of this range, and now we're pushing. And I think that's it's one thing. So keep that in mind as we go into the macro segment, because we're noticing that Bitcoin, it's really not doing a lot. It's really just kind of been in the same range for quite a long time. But alts on chain, a lot of them are breaking out of these accumulation zones and looking like they want to go higher. Cards is a very good example of that, especially considering the fact that they're, again, number 2 in terms of generating revenue. That's ahead of Jupiter, Phantom, Axiom, FOMO, Dex Screener, Photon, Radium, right? Like they're topping a lot of major companies and protocols. So definitely something to keep an eye on there when it comes to cards. Let's look at Nook real quick here. I know we're kind of backtracking the base, but I just wanted to just take a look because I did mention that Nook is right now in a buy zone that we marked out. So could Nook go higher? Let's take a look at the fundamentals. Nook just crossed 9K as of today, February 26th. That number was 145, and yes, that was crazy. The amount of adoption that they've seen is wild. 62x in growth. It's clearly a huge demand for people to actually use their agents that would otherwise be idle. Base Medical and team are building something very special here. June will be special for Nook. More than 9,000 AI agents on Nook plot now cross 100,000 on-chain transactions. So obviously there's a lot of adoption happening here for the Nook protocol overall. And as you can see, we marked out this buy zone here at the pivot on the 8-hour. And looks like we're kind of holding that 0.786 level. And I told you guys that, look, if you miss this move on Nook, this is the place that you want to buy in. And so again, I think we still kind of, like I said earlier, I think we still kind of chop around here. Maybe we revisit a little bit below, but this is the area where you want to get involved. And that is actually a really great retracement level to buy. So yeah, Nook actually looks really nice here. Look, Nook looks really, really solid. Shout out Dom for sharing that with me. We did talk about Railgun. I'll just revisit this briefly. I don't because we covered a lot of this already. covered a lot of this already last week on Friday. We covered it the week before as well. But, just some high level numbers on Railgun. 94 mil in TVL, 5 billion shielded volume, 4.7 annualized, one of the highest revenue protocols in the privacy sector. Keep in mind, too, that Railgun is top 2 in terms of revenue generating protocols on Ethereum. And then again, they're working with the Solana Foundation for this Kohaku SDK. It's a wallet SDK that helps with privacy and make sure that's really integrated. So we touched on that last week and the week before, but I did also want to kind of share some of these higher level numbers with you guys. Okay, so there's that. Last thing is high time frame. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick, see where we are in the stream of time, and then we'll close up. We'll close off stream. All right, so just a few things here, and I'll probably go into more detail on the macro stuff probably tomorrow. But here's Bitcoin. Again, sub 60K is still the level to me that we'll likely revisit. To be honest, I thought we would have visited that level by now and began an explosive move upward. But we broke the downtrend first, as you can see here on the chart. And right now we're in this range between, call it 74.9K and 82.7K. Nice little SFP on the daily here, right here to kind of hold that low. A top fumbler, appreciate you making the suggestion. If you guys have any suggestions on who we should bring on MCG, definitely let us know. Here's what you need to do: DM Dom or DM the MCG main account. Obviously we'll recognize you guys if we see you on stream all the time. We know who you are when we see you in the DM. So yeah, just DM the account and we'll make sure that Dom reaches out and we get them on the schedule. But yeah, quickly here on Bitcoin. Obviously we've been in this range, and that's why I've told you guys, look, Bitcoin has kind of just been in this range for, quite a long time. We've been in this range since, we started this range back in, late April, if you will. And then we just kind of been ping-ponging back and forth. And so that's why I said haven't really been doing much with Bitcoin, but on-chain majors have been popping off, even while Bitcoin has kind of seen a small pullback here. But again, I still think that Bitcoin has another trip down to sub 60K. Let's see when that happens. As far as short term, I wouldn't be surprised if we go up to the top here before breaking down and hitting these levels and then going back up again. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we shoot back up here. And if we do, I'll be looking for signs of rejection. So that's kind of the plan on Bitcoin right now. Just kind of watching and waiting, seeing what happens. But really using this time to just kind of accumulate. We talked about some stuff to accumulate on base, talked about a few things to accumulate on Solana as well. And obviously now we see this kind of evidence of somewhat of a local kind of bottom being in with this SFP here on the daily. So I think that's why we at least take a trip back to the top of this range before, fully reversing down. Or maybe we just nuke through it. I don't really know, but that's what the chart is telling me anyway. And so that's what I'm going to stick with. Let's see, Ethereum. Ethereum's pretty much looking the same. And even if we look at Bitcoin on a high time frame, right? Like I've told you guys about this 2-week FEG for almost a month now. So nothing really different there. Still respecting that resistance. Same thing with Ethereum. Ethereum really, really underperforming here, but respecting that 2-week FEG. Solana. Solana is I'm mostly bullish. I'm more bullish on Solana than I am on Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think Solana has, I think this will do really, really well. I mean, we had this sort of SFP form here on the 3-day, was it yesterday or the day before? So hoping to see this SFP hold and for us to take a trip again back to at least the top of the at least up here to the top of the range. That's what I would love to see happen. Us take a trip right back there and we just kind of target that short term. but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Last time, obviously, on to the top side here, we saw the SFP click for the top side. Now we're kind of not at the bottom, but we're kind of on the lower half of the range. We see an SFP form down here, so I'm assuming that at the worst, maybe we go for this SFP here. At worst, maybe we go for that, and maybe you guys can't even see that, so maybe I'll do like that. But maybe we go for this SFP here, just to kind of, you know, to mark a really confident bottom. But yeah, I think that's what that's my take there on Solana. Breakout, it's retesting this range right here. That's really all this is a breakout and retest. I'm seeing evidence of that. And looking for it to continue on to the upside. Ave, Squire looks great. Absolutely. I think that's one that I totally forgot to cover as well, was Squire. Maybe we cover that, but I can't wait for their interview later this week. I mean, I know Squire was one of those charts that went absolutely like crazy. What was it? Last week. But I know the price action on that was like absolutely insane. Here's the chart here for you, Ave. But yeah, guys, we're gonna have Squire on. Hold on one sec. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna have Squire on later this year. LOL. Later this week. And so as you can see, vertical accumulation here, just bang. Looking really good. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll get the scoop on Squire on this week when we bring them on to the interview. But yeah, absolutely looking great. Ave, it's looking absolutely amazing. That's the breakdown on Bitcoin, ETH, Sol on the macro side. We talked about TON and this pullback that TON is experiencing here. We marked out this level, and it looks like it's bang. It's leaving this range, and it's doing. It looks like it's poised to do really well. So keeping an eye on TON there. Obviously, everyone's talking about hype. Everyone's talking about Zcash. Everyone's talking about Near Protocol. All of those charts are pretty much up only. Let's see here. What else? What else are we looking at as far as majors? Another thing to keep an eye on is Tau. I'm actually looking to get long on Tau here. We covered this a few weeks ago. It was a breakout and retest of this weekly range here. Maybe I boom. There we go. Hit that. Bang. Actually, let me just write this in real quick. Downtrend. Boom, middle, center. There we go. So yeah, here is a downtrend on Tau. Obviously one of the premier AI projects in the space. So this one I expect to do really well. I expect this one to do really well over time. Breakout, retest, changing character, showing strength, and obviously we've kind of held above this 1 week FVG here, and we've respected that. Really, really well. Obviously, when you look at something like Bitcoin, respecting the 2 week FVG to the downside, it looks like Tau is respecting this 1 week FVG to the upside. So yeah, I think Tau looks really good here. Outside of that, Render is looking really good as well. Render is looks like we haven't been above this level here on Render since January. Since late January. And that's why I kept telling you guys, like, not only is this happening on chain, but this is also happening on majors, where a lot of these tokens, they were going down for a while, then they started going sideways for a while, and now they're beginning that breakout part of the price action cycle. And so, just like we saw it play out on cards, right? Just like we saw it play out on so many other stuff. You see here, downtrend. You see a little sideways here, and now it's like peaking above the range. let's see if this continues. Obviously, this is just the more so the beginning of this, because we really only had, like, as far as like sideways accumulation, this is really all we had here from looks like October to May. So again, market's only going three directions: down, sideways, and up. We've looks like we're finished going sideways, and the market looks like it wants to go up. Render is kind of like giving an early sign of that. Obviously, as we zoom in, showing some strength here from February until now, and it's breaking out. Another major that's looking really well is WorldCoin. Obviously, this is like, OpenAI involved as well. Sam Altman and all of them, they're kind of like, there's some involvement there. But again, like, same thing here. We see this massive like downtrend happening on this chart. This like charts like just making, lower lows, lower high, I should say, lower high, lower high. So we'll see when that changes, right? We'll see when that changes on high time frames. But right now, we're just, showing early signs of a reversal. The spots to beat would be, again, here and here. So I would love to see us kind of make a higher high at some point, higher high, to then like go from a downtrend to an uptrend. That's what I'm looking for on WorldCoin. Ansem actually had a really good thesis on this one. He said, still unclear to me how Altman plans on leveraging WorldCoin with everything else that he's doing, but OpenAI has been direct in attempting to own the entire stack from software to hardware, with how people interact with AI, and WorldCoin is the only thing accessible to the public. Yeah, so not very clear how he's going to utilize the token. But again, early signs show that, there's a trend reversal in the mix here. And he's literally co-founder of WorldCoin, as you can see here. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for on WorldCoin. If we go down to the 2-day here and I really zoom in, let me do this. If we look down on the 2-day and I really zoom in, again, we haven't seen this level since March. So it's been like a couple months, kind of price getting capped here. But I would love to see this ultimately. I want this to beat this level here. This is the level to beat for WorldCoin for me. This level right here. That's the part where I want to see things kind of play out. But again, early signs of trend change with WorldCoin. Other than that, looking at GTO here, looks really good. I mean, top of the range, and it looks like it wants to continue. In fact, on these kind of lower time frames, shout out the boy Market Watcher, but kind of, forming a little bit of a head and shoulders here, right? Not the cleanest, but forming some sort of head and shoulders on a decent time frame here. And I'm long GTO here. I think we see higher, because again, if you look at just the overall chart, again, February, we began this, just like many of the other tokens that we watch. We began this, like, price was capped for a while under this range, right? Bang, bang, bang. Finally made a higher, a local higher high right here. So if anything, this could be the new range that we recently established, right? And so, but it's looking like, bang, head and shoulders. It looks like it wants to continue. But we now broke above. We went from same thing on all the other charts, going lower, going sideways. Now we're going higher. Like, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But yeah, good thesis there by Ansem. Looks like Ansem, he's been popping out with some activity on chain, making the Nair call, now making the WorldCoin call. So I'm gonna keep watching majors, and I think we're in for some really good price action here. But that's that. That's pretty much all the majors, guys. I mean, look, it's 4 hours into the stream. So thank you guys so much for tuning in with us live and hearing us yap. But that is the show for today. We had a great robotics day. We interviewed Strike Robot, Kodak, and Makina. I said that right, Top Fumbler, Makina. We had a great robotics day with them. We talked about what each of them were doing. We gave you guys some takeaways from the interviews as well. All really nice projects. Crypto Cuba, thanks for the great stream. Hey man, I really appreciate you tuning in. Literally, it means a lot when you guys like I can't believe there's like almost 2,000 people, watching this stream live. But if you are new to the show, if this is your first time joining us, welcome to MCG. We do this every single week, every single day, in fact, Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. We're live, and this is what we do. We interview great founders, we interview great projects, and we provide great, market analysis, both on chain and majors. We are traders. Like, we do this. We actually are in the market alongside you guys, buying things, selling things, researching things, forming thesis, breakdowns, and that's what we bring to this show. We bring all of that analysis, we bring all of that research, and we give you guys our overall breakdown, not blindly shilling you a project, but really educating you on what our thought process is, how we process the price action that happens in these markets. And we try our best to educate you on and give you the full breakdown of what we're thinking. And so, it's not just, this is not vanity interviews. This is not your pump fund streamer, buying new pairs on stream. This is deep research, solid analysis, and we share all of that with you guys, and we bring that to the stream every single day. So if you guys enjoyed that, I want you all to do me a favor right now. We should have done this at the beginning of the stream, but we're going to do this now. For the ones who just joined us, I want you to go to @MCG Live. Go ahead and follow us on Twitter. You can keep up with everything, MCG related. We post clips. We post, when we go live, you'll see us post there. And we also have MCG Alpha. We post extra clips there. It's more trader centric. We put our stream notes there as well. So if you ever need, some quick notes on the stream, you can always go to MCG Alpha and get some of these stream notes. And you can see what we talked about on the interviews, what we talked about on the streams as well. As you can see here, you'll get notified when we go live. You'll get notified whenever we post clips. So definitely, if you want to keep up with all things MCG, you definitely want to give us a follow. We are on the road to 10,000 followers. So let's go to this stream here. Let's like the stream. Let's retweet. Again, we should have done this at the beginning, but we had to get started really quick with our interviews today. But you want to like the stream. You want to retweet the stream. Join us, like, retweet, and follow. Okay. And stick with us on the road to 10K and beyond. But look, I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Again, almost 2,000 of you guys joined us today on stream. We have a banger schedule coming up for the rest of the week. We have a ton of great projects coming on. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this schedule. Today, we had the MCG Robotics Day. Obviously, yesterday, markets were closed, so we were closed as well. We interviewed Strike Robot, Kodak, and Deus. Wednesday, tomorrow. I think Aeon might be next week. But we have Squire coming on. We have Liquid Launcher coming on Wednesday. Thursday, we have Serve. Serve has been on before, but we will have them coming back on as well. Opal, one that many of us have been interested in. So we have Opal coming on, and then Friday, we have Track, and then we have BitVault Finance coming on as well. So a ton of great projects that we'll be interviewing here this week. Today was only just the start. And so if there's any project that you want to see us bring on stream, let us know. Guess DM the MCG account, DM Dom, or DM myself, and we'll make sure that they get on the stream. So there you have it. Looking forward to the rest of the week, guys. Let me know if there's anything that you guys need. Let me know if there's anything that you want us to talk about. And we have a few things that we're working on in the background that we will drop for MCG live on our stream. So if you're here today and you really enjoyed the show and you want to you want to come back and watch us, you want to come back and see what's happening with MCG, come back on the show. We're about to drop something live on stream. And you'll only have access to it if you're watching us live. So we'll let you know about that. But outside of that, appreciate you guys. Love you guys. That's the report on chain for today. And we'll see you guys back at it again tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. And be safe.